Welcome to Ichiraku Ramen, and thank you for joining me for another journey into the world of shinobi. Before we begin, I want to give a huge thank you to everyone who listens, supports the channel, and enjoys these stories. We wouldn't have hit over 2,000 subscribers without you. I also want to let you know the Discord server you voted for is ready. You can suggest stories, vote on what gets narrated next, or just hang out and talk. It's free to join my way of giving back for getting us here. The link is in the description. Today's story is part 3 of Uzumaki clan's Rebirth. Summary. When Naruto Uzumaki rejects Jiraiya's training trip, he chooses a path no one saw coming. Uncovering his mother's hidden legacy, Naruto unlocks the rare lava and boil release bloodlines, and leaves Konoha behind to restore the fallen Uzumaki clan. His journey leads him straight into Kirigakure, where he catches the eye of Mei Terumi, the Fifth Mizukage. Bound by shared struggles and dangerous power, Mei helps Naruto master his true heritage as political turmoil grips the mist. But as feelings deepen and threats emerge, Naruto must prove he has what it takes to protect those he loves, rebuild Uzushio, and lead his clan into a new era. This is a fan-made story inspired by the world of Naruto. All characters in the original universe belong to their respective creators. This narration is created for entertainment purposes as part of a transformative storytelling experience. The story itself was written by Ramen, and full credit goes to the original author. If you would like to read the original version, the link to this story is included in the video description below. Also, if you like my content and want to keep up with future updates, hit that subscribe button and don't forget to share it with your friends. Now sit back, relax, and enjoy. Chapter 16. The fragile allies meet while the enemies plot. Amigakure Festival. Jiraiya stalked through the crowd of Aim's citizens, silently observing the holiday arrangements. He would go to the occasional shop and sample their wares, ask simple questions and try and get what he needed out of them. As he walked amongst them, Jiraiya felt just how alien he was standing with them. This isn't working, these people are too suspicious of foreigners. I'm like an outsider. The old pervert moved off to the side and found a bench, deciding to take a break from his investigations. His eyes wandered from suspicious persons to beautiful ladies, slowly beginning to drool over the forbidden fruit. I wonder if there are any pleasure places here? Such a gold mine in a country locked in civil war. And I am the first man to find it from the outside. I stake my claim. Just as Jiraiya was about to chase a particular piece of fine ass, he noticed a peculiar figure walk past him. This particular person stood out because his mask wasn't a civilian design, it was a Konoha design. Furthermore, with his experience, Jiraiya could tell the bulges under the man's cloak were his weaponry. This led him to one conclusion. This was a root operative that was operating inside an enemy city. Standing up, Jiraiya began to trail the man who was sticking mainly to populated areas. After a few more minutes of aimless wandering, Jiraiya noticed another similar figure begin to walk alongside the man. A few minutes later another joined. The trend continued until there was at least half a dozen of them walking loosely with one another. What are they up to? The 6 identified A and B were now going down an alleyway, void of anyone else other than themselves and a white-haired spy. Concealing himself with a simple chameleon technique, Jiraiya watched as one went up to a wall and pressed inward. The assortment of pipes shook and rose, revealing a passage. All 6 quickly went inside with a close by Jiraiya following on their toes. They led him through multiple passages, all kept professionally quiet as they approached their command center. Entering through the last passage, all 7 walked into a large room with a conference table in the center of it, some sort of meeting room. Jiraiya moved off to a wall, to be the fly on the wall during the inevitable meeting. His eyes widened as the 6 root operatives threw off their trademark white cloaks for a sinister revelation to show. They were wearing Akatsuki cloaks underneath them. My God, that old bastard really did it. He joined Akatsuki and brought his men with him. His thoughts were interrupted when previously unseen doors opened, and it revealed Danzo walking with 3 figures into the room. The root soldiers had taken up security places around the room, watching all 4 carefully. Danzo, I see your men have taken up their new colors well. said the man with the orange mask. He seemed suspicious to Jiraiya. Danzo himself ran his available hand over his new cloak, particularly tracing the red clouds. Yes, well, I must admit they are wonderful colors. Besides, I told you we joined forces, correct? That was all the proof Jiraiya needed. Danzo was now a criminal among the Akatsuki. You are sure about this, sir? Allowing an ex-Konoha shinobi to just waltz in here and join us. A strangely shaped man with what looked to be a Venus flytrap. Seems to be second in command, and for a while now. No one would have the balls to interrupt a leader of a criminal organization just like that. Well, Danzo does know how to make quite a bargain. He gave me an army, and an apprentice. The two figures opposite Danzo and Toby shifted uncomfortably. Who is this apprentice? Sir, can we trust the Uchiha to come with us willingly? After all, he was under the command of Orochimaru when we picked him up, said the man with a large sword on his back. His face was very similar to that of a shark. That must be Kisame Hashigaki, the demon of the mist. And what was that about Uchiha? They couldn't mean Sasuke, could they? How the hell did they manage to take him from Orochimaru so easily? And why? Oh, once I reveal a few things to the boy, I'm sure he will come along to our side. Besides, we always have Itachi with us to serve as a contingency plan. The other three grunted in agreement to Toby. On to the next order of business, Kisame. You and Itachi recently arrived with the four tails and it was successfully extracted. How many does that make under our control? The plant man spoke up to answer the leader. That makes 3, sir. We are currently tracking the 3 and 6 tails. I am also monitoring the 9 tails as you requested. Jiraiya's eyes widened. Naruto. Good, I will begin to order pain into position soon. Kisame, I trust that you will be able to handle your duty when the time comes to capture the 8 tails? Kisame smirked, nodding his head confidently. Yes, I believe I will be up to the task. Toby nodded and stood up, casting a suspicious eye at the direction Jiraiya was in. Now that the meeting is over. Madara's Sharingan eye swirled angrily. It's time we take care of the spy. It all seemed to happen in slow motion to Jiraiya. One moment all 4 were sitting at the table, and the next they had sprung up and started charging towards him. Quickly ducking back into the passage, Jiraiya ran for his life, knowing that even he could not outfight the men that were chasing him. Were there really this many turns when we were coming this way? Damn it, I may have to summon the Toad Sage to get out of this. Rounding another corner, Jiraiya sighed in relief when he saw rain pelting the ground and looked up to see the sky. Having his escape route, Jiraiya began his run up the pipes when the water turned into a waterfall and pushed him down the pipes to land back on the ground. Water release, great waterfall! Kisame announced triumphantly, stopping the would-be escape in its tracks. Jiraiya quickly recovered and glared at the man. He was the only one present. Knowing the other 3 en route cronies were not far behind, Jiraiya knew he could not stay. Gathering a large Rasengan in his palm, Jiraiya charged Kisame, who only brought his great sword in front of him, and held it to the approaching Rasengan. Jiraiya quickly noticed the jutsu losing strength and switched tactics, going through hand signs for his ultimate speed attack. Hair Needle Barrage! Kisame's eyes changed to a playful look as he lazily brought his sword up to deflect the attack, destroying most of the attack while a few needles penetrated his flesh. Ouch! Was this supposed to give me a reason to get out my tweezers? Jiraiya gritted his teeth and slammed a smoke bomb onto the ground, quickly running towards the top but was stopped by a flash of orange in front of him. Where do you think you are going? Kirigakure, Hokage office 1 week later. Tsunade-sama! Shizen came running through the office door to alert Tsunade of the Toad presence in Konoha. Tsunade and her visitor turned to look at Shizen, who had made an unnecessary uproar in the middle of their meeting. Shizen saw Fukasaku had already shown himself and quietly dismissed herself, thoroughly embarrassed. As you were saying, Fukasaku-sama? Tsunade requested, intent on hearing any news on the missing Jiraiya. The Toad Sage sighed and looked at Tsunade with remorse in his eyes. We have yet to contact Jiraiya since he went into AIM, however. He has sent us a message that contains info on Akatsuki. We received it soon after he arrived in AIM, but no Jiraiya-chan. I'm not sure what has happened to him. Tsunade quickly swallowed her fears and took the scroll from the toad and began to read. Her eyes widened when she saw the many revelations written on the parchment. Sasuke had been abducted from Orochimaru, Kisame Hashigaki was after the 8 tails, Naruto was being watched, and that they captured the 4th tails? This was too much information for her to process, but she knew that this information had to be spread. I wonder why IWA hasn't announced their Jinchuriki missing. Do they really care? This is quite a treasure trove of information. Fukasaku nodded and thought. What will you do with it? If they really did kill Jiraiya-chan, we can't just let that go. Something must be done about this Akatsuki organization. Tsunade looked at the old toad and nodded, rereading the part where it said Naruto was being observed. We will send a general call to all major nations to meet us on neutral ground, possibly the land of iron if they will have us. Fukasaku looked at her incredulously before smirking, slowly making his way towards the door. Shinobi coming together against a common threat. I never thought I would live to see the day. Tsunade watched as he left and looked out the window. As per her nightly ritual and rainy day contingency, Tsunade pulled out a bottle of sake and poured herself a glass. The warming liquids rushed down her throat and uncomfortably settled at the bottom of her stomach. Why won't this let me forget? A lone tear fell from Tsunade's eye, a silent call of sorrow from the once strong Godame Hokage. Another one of her loved ones was gone. Kirigakure, 1 week later. Mei currently sat in her office, rereading a report that had been sent by the leader of Konoha, the Godame Hokage Tsunade. Her entire body shook with anxiety to what the letter contents read. The sheer ramifications and the effect on the ninja world was too great to be real. 4 tails captured, Jiraiya of the Sannin dead, and Naruto is next apparently. This is not good at all. What could Tsunade hope to accomplish with a meeting of the Kage though? Is she in her right mind? As she pondered this, the door slowly opened, allowing a single ninja inside. He had just arrived from the old Yuzu ruins. Naruto Uzumaki walked up to his wife-to-be and kissed her in surprise. She welcomed the kiss immediately, and allowed her tongue to tangle with his. Switching their spots so he was now the one in the chair, Mei now sat in his lap staring at him with pure joy. Naruto-koi, you are back! How was your trip to Kumo and the ruins? Naruto detailed his training in Kumo, accentuated by his swords that still were strapped to his back. See, going to see Killer Bee wasn't so bad now, was it? Naruto sighed, not wishing to think of the encounter. It was only good after we got the wrapping out of the way. Besides, I could have learned how to wield 9 swords on my own. Mei giggled but then remembered the saddening message received and became gravely serious. Naruto, you need to look at this. It was received from Konoha a few days ago. It has some disturbing information. Naruto took the paper and began to read, his eyes slowly growing in size until they were saucers. Apparently finished, Naruto threw the parchment away like it was poison, his hands tightening into fists. Mei observed his face change from calm to pure anguish and hatred, something she did not wish to see. Pervy Sage, and Rashi too, those bastards! Naruto threatened to get up and hunt them down himself before Mei placed both hands on his cheeks to try and calm him. Naruto, please calm down! You going out there and trying to find the men who did this will get us nowhere. You need to save your strength for when the real battle comes. Besides, I don't like to see you angry, especially around me. Naruto looked at her and saw the hurt in her eyes, making him feel ashamed. The small influence of Kyuubi Naruto allowed to slip through now disappeared, his eyes returning to ocean blue from the fiery red. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have overreacted like that, it's just that. You don't have to say it, Naruto, you already told me about your past with both of them. I would be just as angry if I was in your position. However, they both gave their lives to give you a chance to prepare and stop Akatsuki. And to cement that chance, Tsunade has called all 5 of the shinobi nations to a summit to be held in the land of iron. Naruto was shocked. Tsunade was trying to assemble all the villages? There is no way that could work, right? I mean, we are talking about stubborn nations like IWA and Kumo. How will we get them to agree? Mei seemed to ponder this for a moment. IWA has obviously been keeping their Jinchuriki's disappearance a secret, because otherwise they would have been calling for blood by now. If they are given a chance to rid a potential threat like Akatsuki, they can't refuse. Kumo is easy, you yourself had a hand in that. With you tagging along with me, it will surely ease relations during the meeting. Naruto's eyes widened. He was going? You want me to go? Mei looked at him as if it was obvious, to which he responded with a confused facial expression. Obviously, it says here I need 2 bodyguards to come with me. You are one of the strongest ninja in this village, if not the strongest. Why wouldn't I want you to come? And besides, it says in the fine print here that you have to come along, Hokage's orders. Naruto suspiciously picked up the crumpled paper and looked to see in small print that Tsunade really was ordering him to attend. So when do we leave? Tomorrow, Naruto-kun, be ready. Is there anyone else you want me to assemble? Mei poked her chin, trying to think. Suddenly she snapped her fingers, knowing just the man. Naruto, bring your old sensei here first thing tomorrow. Kirigakure, Reiki's office. What the hell is this? A notice from Konoha. Why the hell are they having a meeting? The Reikage bellowed, obviously not amused by this. His secretary quietly sighed from the side as he accidentally broke his desk again. This man was just too much. Reikage-sama, this is a legitimate meeting to be held. From the notes there, it shows that Akatsuki has turned from a rogue group of criminals to a powerful terrorist organization with possible ex-Konoha shinobi backing. We cannot turn away from this call of nations so easily. It could bring peace to the land. Besides, these are the people who have actively tried to capture not only your brother but Yujito as well. The Reikage seemed to ponder this, tapping his meaty fingers on his hat. I suppose that sounds about right. Get me Darui and sure immediately. And when the lazy bastard asks why when he could just take a walk instead, tell him that I'll challenge him to a wrestle match again. The secretary's sweat dropped and set off to find the 2 ninja. After the last time Reikage-sama attempted a fair wrestle match, half of the Kuroka Mountains were destroyed and Darui didn't dare set foot in the man's office again. Iwagakure, Tsuchikage's office. An old man sat in his chair in a large stone room. His mottled brown hat sat unused on his desk as he massaged his back. Just finishing another pile of useless paperwork, Inoki seriously wondered for the 1000th time if he should retire. It might not be such a bad idea. I mean, then I could just retire and have someone massage my back without any shame coming from it. But who from the young generation could I? Inoki was cut off from his musings when the large door was crashed into and broken in half by a dazed but smiling Akatsuki who was holding a scroll. Inoki deadpanned and with a sweat drop and quickly rethought his retirement. Who in the young generation can truly be trusted with such a position of power? This is a prime example of young whippersnappers that just can't do anything but fumble the ball in times of stress. I will just have to stay as the Tsuchikage. Tsuchikage-sama, a message from Konoha has arrived for you. The older man's eyes widened and he got up from his chair and set off in a steady stride to Akatsuki. Taking it from him, Inoki wondered what his old nemesis of a country Konoha could possibly want. His eyes widened when he saw Arashi's name attached, wondering if it was some trick or trap. So, those bastards got Rashi too, huh? We thought that allowing Han to be taken would keep them away from the country. I suppose I was wrong to ignore them for so long. This looks suspicious, Akatsuki. Bring Kuratsuchi here immediately. It seems we have a meeting to go to. Akatsuki looked shocked that the Tsuchikage was really thinking of going along with something that was proposed by Konoha. Are you sure, sir? I thought that we couldn't trust the Konoha dogs and that we would never come into talks with them again. Inoki looked into the younger boy's eyes, slowly shaking his head in a condescending manner. There are times when one must take contradictory actions to his previous words and promises for the greater good. Sometimes. Inoki looked out the window to his village. One must remember what it means to truly be a shinobi. Sunagakure, Kazakage office. Temari, Kankuro, prepare for a journey. Tsunade has called for a summit meeting of the Kage and I need 2 bodyguards. You are my first choices. Kankuro and Temari stood in front of their younger brother's desk talking about a priority message sent by Konoha. "What's all this about Gaara?" Kankuro asked, curious as to what Konoha wanted. "It seems that Akatsuki has struck again and has become more than just a minor pest. Tsunade seems to have had enough of this and has called a meeting to discuss ways to defeat Akatsuki. I foresee this as being a way to promote unity amongst the divided nations of the shinobi world. Will Naruto and the Mizukage go as well?" Temari wondered, knowing Gaara would like his friend to attend. "Most likely Naruto will go along with the Mizukage as a bodyguard. I doubt he would entrust her with anyone else." "I suppose you are right. We leave tomorrow, prepare yourselves." Amigakure. Zetsu stood before his leader, Madara Uchiha, in a small meeting room reserved for privacy. Zetsu had been recently summoned for a private discussion concerning a message they had intercepted on its way to Takigakure, sent by Konoha. "Zetsu, tell me what you think of this alliance talk that Konoha is proposing." Madara used his fingers to indicate air quotes around alliance, as he thought it more of a joke than anything. Zetsu gulped, allowing his serious personality to answer. "My lord, I believe that the talks can either be our savior or our destruction." Madara looked somewhat intrigued, waving his hand, gesturing to continue. "Please go on. From what the past has told us, the major nations have always been at odds since their birth, whether it be because of territorial disputes, clan rivalries." Zetsu noticed Madara's eye narrow and continued quickly. "Or for personal glory. Who is to say that this meeting of Kage could not turn out to be a bloodbath, a perfect place for them to ambush and attempt to kill one another?" Madara thought this over in his mind. It sounded quite plausible. "If we look at the past to solve the answer, but we both know that that tactic doesn't always work. I have felt something strange about this attempt to unite the 5 nations, and while it does not worry me, I am somewhat concerned on how it will affect our abilities to kidnap the Jinchuriki. Now I have a mission for you that concerns the summit." Zetsu nodded, glad that his lord recognized his abilities. "I need you to go to the Land of Iron and spy on the Kage during the conference. We must find out any plans they create there and find out their strengths and weaknesses. I will make a later appearance to discuss with them my Moon Eye plan, and then we will retreat into hiding. With Danzo's forces now under our command, we have a small strike force, but..." Madara got up and looked out the one opening to exit the room. The rain poured outside as he observed the peaceful nature scene. "What we need is an army." Kirigakure, Village Gate. Naruto stood alongside Mei and Chojuro as they waited to leave the village to go to the Kage meeting. At the moment, a large amount of ninja and civilians were gathering to see them off. The meeting had been purposely leaked to the public for morale purposes. Naruto had wondered if Mei was still in a physical condition worthy to still be a ninja with the baby. Mei insisted that until the symptoms became more prevalent, and her bump was obvious, she would stay in office. "Wow, I didn't even know we had this many ninja," Naruto mumbled. The sheer amount of their forces was quite staggering to the blonde. "Yes, and they have all come to see us off. Isn't it nice?" she asked, turning to her fiancé. Naruto looked back at her and smiled. "Chojuro, do you have everything you need?" Mei asked. The boy had been quiet for some time now. He shuffled his feet on the ground and readjusted the sword on his back, barely glancing at the Mizukage's eyes. "Yes, ma'am, I think I'll be just fine, I think." Naruto looked at him with a barely hidden smirk. His sensei had always been so timid. "You have to have more confidence, Chojuro. Mei wouldn't have picked you had she not figured in your strength. If you have faith in yourself, you can be so much stronger." Chojuro looked up to his old student's eyes and smiled, standing a little bit straighter. "You are right, Naruto. I just have to remember that I have the ability to make a difference, then I can." The older boy went off into a stuttering mumble and Naruto's sweat dropped. It was still a work in progress. Mei elbowed him and stood a little straighter, making Naruto do the same when he saw an elderly man carrying her Kage hat. She had said that it was a monumental occasion when a Kage had to leave the village, especially for something so important as a meeting with the nations. An elderly person, generally a veteran of the council, would hand her the hat as a symbolic way of saying that the strength of Kiri's people would go with her. He paced towards her with a ceremonial staff in one hand and the hat in the other. The shape was of a serpent from Kiri's myths of the past. Mei took a small step forward so the man would not have to take as many steps to reach her. Naruto stood with his arms crossed confidently and with a smirk on his face. Chojuro had a small smile and had both hands in his pants pockets. Naruto's chosen attire to attend the meeting was somewhat of his old original clothing from when he first arrived in Kiri 3 years ago. He had on his black ninja sandals, black leather leggings to cover the skin between his pants and his sandals, and his old camo pants that were a black and white color. His shirt was mostly covered by his gray Kirigakure vest, but the black sleeves were visible, as was the camo part around his neck, and at the bottom of the vest where the shirt poked out. He wore his Kiri headband right on his forehead, and had on his 2 gloves with metal protectors with Kiri's symbol on them. Be sure to take care of the Mizukage, make sure there are no problems. Naruto spied his fellow hunter Muraku in the front of the crowd, giving them their parting orders. I know that, Naruto said back simply, noting Mei's small smirk that formed as he said that. Finally, the elderly man outstretched his hand and Mei reached for it, and gently took it from him. She did not put it on, however, choosing to hold it as she spoke reassuring words to the populace. Thank you, sir. I promise I will fulfill my duty as the Mizukage of Kirigakure. The man silently chuckled and nodded. A ninja that stood next to him spoke to the 2 bodyguards. As 2 of the 7 great ninja, you must protect the Mizukage with your lives. Naruto punched Chojuro in the shoulder and smiled, as did the smaller man. Of course we will. I wouldn't let anything happen to her on my watch, Naruto announced with a thumbs up. Everyone silently shrugged their shoulders in relief, knowing that the Mizukage's fiancé would keep her safe. Yeah, back in my day we would just leave and not give these going-away parties. Get a move on, you 3! Naruto and Mei's eyes widened when they looked into the crowd and found a crippled Ao with crutches. His smile was a reassurance to both of them. Ao-senpai! You shouldn't be out of the hospital, you need rest. Ao just shook his head and hobbled over to Naruto, holding out his hand. It's customary for men to shake hands for goodbyes. I hope to see you soon, Naruto. I know you will keep her safe, that goes for Chojuro too. Naruto looked down at his hand and smiled, grabbing it and shaking with him confidently. Come on, Naruto, Chojuro, it's time to head out. Naruto turned around to see Mei slowly walking off with the blue hat over her head, obscuring her features. Giving one last confident nod towards the parting crowd, Naruto ran to catch up and stood alongside Mei as they began their trek to the land of iron. Kirigakure, prison. Upon leaving the festivity of seeing the Kage off, Councilman Akuro headed straight for the prison that was the place he had visited only a month ago to see Kyo. Now that the Mizukage was gone, they could now begin work on overthrowing her and bringing about a new era, one without bloodlines like the Uzumaki. Yugura almost did it, now it's our turn to finish them off. According to official documents taken before and after the massacres, there still remained over 40 branch families of the Uzumaki. All had a mix of pure bloods and branch members. Killing them all would be difficult, so that was why Akuro had suggested that the conspiracy and revolution be led by a veteran that led one of the hunter teams of the massacres himself, Kyo. Entering the room, Akuro sat down as instructed by the guards and waited to see Kyo. The man slowly walked in with his white prisoner robe, a frown dead set on his features. His brown hair was now graying from stress of being a prisoner, also no doubt from the message Akuro had left the last time. What do you want, Akuro? They tell me nothing of what happens outside. I wish to know how much longer it will be before I am released. Akuro hid his smirk as he relayed the details of the current events. The Mizukage has left for a meeting between the other great nations. Now it is time for change here in Kiri. Would you lead us to a greater tomorrow, one that Yugura could only dream of? Kyo watched as 2 shadowy figures appeared and snapped the guards' necks, effectively allowing Kyo to walk free. The man smirked as they removed his bindings. He rubbed his sore wrists as he walked out of the prison along with Akuro. I think that sounds like a wonderful idea. Quick pause, guys. I just want to take a second to say thank you. We actually hit 3,000 subscribers, and that is entirely because of you. I genuinely could not have done it without this community, and it means more than I can put into words. Now we're setting our sights on 3,000, and if you're not subscribed yet, this is your moment. It takes 1 second, and it truly makes a difference. Alright, let's get back to it. Naruto's not going to wait forever. Chapter 17. The Meeting, an Unlikely Alliance. Shinobi Nation's mainland. Forest, close to Iron Border. Naruto and Mei walked side by side on the dirt road with Chojuro somewhat lagging behind. The three were nearing the land of Iron for a meeting between nations. They soon noticed that the landscape was becoming much more white with snow and the temperature dropped very suddenly as they neared the mountainous country. We should stop somewhere for tonight. The meeting doesn't start until tomorrow. Mayheim, I think that there is an inn coming up according to this map. How about we stop and rest, maybe get some warmer clothes? Mei turned to Naruto and glanced at the map before looking around again. I suppose you are right, Naruto-koi. It is getting a bit late and a little too cold for my taste. Chojuro, are you fine with stopping for the night? Chojuro looked up at the smiling Mizukage and smiled himself, nodding his head in agreement. Then it's decided, let's pick up the pace a bit. The three jumped into the trees and made the trip last only a few more minutes. Arriving at the old Japanese-style building, the three ninja entered and were welcomed by the woman at the desk. Welcome travelers to the Iron Fang Inn, how may I help you? Naruto walked up and decided to do the talking for the group. Hello, we are 3 shinobi from Kirigakure and we need a room for tonight. Preferably a private area because we have an important person with us. Naruto whispered the last part, referring to Mei who was just watching the two interact. The woman behind the desk looked at the two behind him and silently noticed the air of authority that Mei radiated and nodded, quietly slipping Naruto a room number for them to go to. We have a wonderful dining area if you would like to head there before you turn in for the night. It's just right through the doors to your left. Please be aware that we have other guests, and while we welcome all to our inn, we would like to keep the peace here, so please no jutsu of any kind. Naruto nodded and all three entered the dining hall. It looked very homey and nothing like what Naruto would have believed the inside to look like. It looked more like a tavern with the welcoming fireplace, multiple oak tables filled with adventurers and travelers of all kind drinking sake and laughing their troubles away. The room became oddly quiet when the three walked in. All eyes went to the two male ninjas' weapons and Mei's breasts, much to her own and Naruto's anger. Continue about your business, Mei announced, and slowly everyone turned around, but not without one last peek at the red-haired vixen. Damn perverts, she whispered, finding an empty table in a dark corner for them to sit away from them all. Naruto turned to Chojuro, and the boy wasn't looking too good, slightly huffing from the exertion of carrying the large sword without any rest. Chojuro, go find our room and put your sword away. You shouldn't have to carry it everywhere. Chojuro took the slip of paper Naruto handed him with a smile and nodded, running to their room so he could get back quickly. Naruto moved to Mei's table and sat right next to her, scooting his chair over further so he could loop an arm over her shoulder. Mei smiled as she turned to look at him, sighing lightly in happiness to be in his arms even outside the village. Her hand moved to his thigh and she leaned into his shoulder, whispering to him. It's been so long since I've left the village because of my responsibilities. I'm glad we get to go together, Naruto. Naruto smiled, using his hand to pet her ankle-length hair in an affectionate fashion. I'm glad too, it's like a little adventure. Mei looked up into his eyes. With a very big reward. Naruto nodded and took a sip of the newly arrived drinks. A glass of milk for himself and a glass of water for Mei. Yes, I really hope the alliance will pass. I'm not so worried about the daimyo, but the Kage can be difficult to persuade. What do you think, Mei? Mei sat up a bit and took a sip of the drink, allowing the cold liquid to go down her throat. I'm on board for the alliance, but it's true, IWA and Kumo will be skeptical of it. But with some talk I'm sure we can resolve it. The blonde was just about to continue the discussion when a group of travelers arrived at their table. All had weapons of some type concealed amongst their clothing. Naruto made eye contact with them while Mei tried to ignore them by looking away. Their leader didn't like that, so he moved into her new line of sight. Mei sighed in annoyance. Some men had no limit to their pursuit of women even when they weren't interested. Can I help you? Naruto asked with much venom laced in his voice. The leader turned to him with a scowl. Can't you see I'm trying to talk to the lady here, Miss Boy? Why don't you head back up to your island while I have nice little date with this lady here? Naruto glared at the man and Mei let out a low growl for this bastard to disrespect her fiancé and herself. If that's the way you dash. Naruto began to stand up while revealing one of his new katana but was stopped when Mei placed one of her slender hands on his chest, slightly rubbing it to calm him. Mayheim? Mei smiled and slowly stood up from her chair to stand at a height equal to the idiots in front of her. Naruto-koi, allow me to show you why men should know not to go anywhere near a committed Uzumaki woman, especially me. Naruto gulped at her icy tone, slightly wishing he had some popcorn for what was coming up. The tavern had grown quiet again as Mei smiled brightly towards the 5 men in front of her. The leader took this as a sign of affection and made a move to grope her breasts. Her next move made everyone's eyes widen in shock. Moving with lightning-quick speed, Mei moved forward and shot a fist right into the man's gut, causing him to go flying back into the wall with a thud. Whipping a strand of hair away that had gotten in front of her revealed eye, Mei looked at the 4 terrified men in front of her but widened her eyes in shock when all of them collapsed by unseen causes. Seeing a yellow flash, Mei turned back towards the table and found Naruto sitting at the table, watching her with a smile. She shook her head and walked back over to her seat, allowing Naruto's possessive arm to circle around her again. That was a wonderful show, Mei. Your strength rivals that of Tsunade for sure. Must be in the blood. Mei giggled a bit at that, playfully flexing her slender arms for Naruto. You know, I could have handled those for myself. Naruto nodded in agreement but tightened his hold a bit more. I do know that, however, I got in the mood for something to punch when you hit that guy so, then I hit them. Besides, I wanted to do something. They were ogling you even while you punched their boss. It was disgusting. Mei smirked, groping Naruto's junk under the table, making him squeak in surprise. Mei took notice that it was already getting hard and looked at him with devilishly alluring eyes. And you are saying you didn't ogle me when I got up or when I punched him then? Naruto gulped, scratching his cheek in embarrassment. Mei had hit the mark. Well, maybe a little. Mei smiled as she leaned up and kissed Naruto on the cheek, leaving a blue imprint of her lips on it. If you are a good boy for the rest of tonight, we might just be able to do something for little Junior here. She accentuated just who she was talking about by slowly moving her hand up and down his shaft, giving Naruto the chills at the thought of sex. Define good exactly? Mei smirked before bringing him into another kiss. Chojuro walked into the dining hall and looked over at the table with the 2 engaged shinobi, noticing the men on the floor. What did I miss? Iron Forest Inn. 2nd floor. Mizukage Chambers. Naruto and Mei lay in their futon together. Chojuro was just outside, allowing the 2 to have their privacy. Mei had stripped down to only her fishnets while Naruto had taken everything off except for his boxers. The 2 had planned to have a very fun evening. So Mei, are you ready for tomorrow? Naruto asked her. He figured that it would be a bit stressful to meet with all the other leaders of the elemental nations. Mei looked at him with a smile, petting his whiskered cheek. If you are asking if I'm nervous, then there is no need to worry, I'm quite prepared. I just hope they don't tear each other apart. It would be a bit difficult to get anything done if old rivalries arise. How secure is the land of iron? Mei had to think about this one for a little bit. Well, it has no shinobi village, instead preferring to maintain a large army of samurai. They have a very unique culture and inhabit a snow-covered land amongst the mountains here. I would say it is very secure. Why do you ask? Naruto turned away from her and looked out the window. The crescent moon lit up the night sky. Just had a bad feeling, that's all. Mei frowned, pressing his face back to hers so he could see her smile. Don't worry, Naruto. Before you know it, we will be back in Kiri and we can continue our wedding plans. He smiled at that. I can't believe you are going to invite all the Uzumaki to Yuzu just to attend our wedding. Isn't that a little bold? Mei took up a look of fake innocence. What? Just because we are practically announcing ourselves as the future of the clan doesn't mean that much, does it? She fell into a fit of giggles at Naruto's astounded face, much to his ire. I wonder how Ao is doing watching over Kiri for us. Mei noticed his sudden change and propped herself up with her arms so she could look down into his ocean blue eyes. I'm sure he is fine, Ao is very capable. Besides, the village has been at peace for many years now, we should have no problems while we are away. Now. Mei brought her head down and kissed Naruto's lips with her own, quieting any more of his bad omen talk. I think it's about time this Uzumaki man took his Uzumaki woman to bed. Naruto let out an aroused growl and rolled over on top of Mei. She was already working on his boxers. Anything to please my wife. Kirigakure. The streets were quiet today, barren of life as if everyone just up and left. Playgrounds went unused, shops were locked and their wares put away, even the academy was void of life. The only thing that stood out were flyers placed strategically around the city for an important rally in the village square. Kyo walked along with his loyal followers, some ninja and others high-ranking citizenry to the stage where he would talk to the majority of Kiri. All ages had been allowed and even encouraged to attend. If he could strike at the young ones' hearts, surely the old would fall into his hands. Today is the day we set Kiri on the right track that vile woman placed us on after the massacres. If it were not for her and the rebellion, we would have no more clans. Now it falls on me to lead them. It is like a dream come true. All that is missing is our great leaders Yugura and Madara. Kyo had a big smirk on his face as he moved through the parted crowd, looking into each of their eyes with his hazel ones. All the shinobi under his secret command wore masks to hide their identities so that when the revolution came, the loyalists would not know who their enemies were. As he took his spot on the podium, he overheard further talking amongst the populace gathered before him. Whispers of doubts and allegations levied against him could be heard, some asking for his arrest while others seemed truly curious as to what he had to say. Wasn't he arrested? What, the prisons aren't that secure anymore, I guess. They need to keep loonies like this locked up. Looking amongst the crowd, he was glad to see that the man left in charge of Kiri had been successfully held up by a Koro in an emergency council meeting. This gave Kyo ample time for his speech, to which he hoped would inspire the people so much he would not need to make another until the time was right. People of Kiri. The crowd grew silent as the man's booming voice enveloped the square, leaving them all to look at the rebel. Kyo smiled at their attention. He had thought it would be more difficult for the people to listen, but he was glad they gave him a chance. I have come out of hiding from the tyranny set upon me by the Fifth Mizukage to tell you of her actions, and what she is doing for the good of the village. The people looked amongst one another, not understanding what Kyo meant. As far as they had seen, Mei had done nothing but good for the village, and she was actually a favorite amongst the people of Kiri. Kyo had been expecting this doubt in his words. However, he resolved to remind them of the past atrocities of the Uzumaki and bloodlines. I would like to take you all back to a time before the Uzumaki like our Mizukage lived here, when the bloodlines were kept in check. What were we? He allowed a moment of silence to let the people mull this over. Some of the older ones nodded in recognition. We were at peace. We are at peace now. What's this got to do with the Mizukage's bloodline? Get off the stage. Please, just a few more moments of time to allow me to show my point. The people quieted, albeit reluctantly allowing the man to continue. Before the Uzumaki came to us with their bloodthirsty empire, we lived in peace and prosperity, as an isolated island nation. Now, with Mei Uzumaki in command of our forces and being guided by her treacherous ex-Konoha fiancé Naruto Uzumaki, they plan to lead us into a war that is not ours to fight. The people's eyes widened at the man's audacity to insult both the Mizukage and her fiancé with such slander. She wouldn't do that. Naruto isn't influencing her at all. He is a proud Kiri ninja. What is this war? Kyo smiled at the question, raising his voice over the rioting mass. We have sent our glorious leader off so that she may ally us with the dogs of Konoha, the muscle-bound idiots of Kumo, the backward tyrants of IWA, and the lazy nomads of Suna. Yes, this sounds like a wonderful idea on paper. But allow me to show you all its flaws. The man's slurs against the other countries gave a few chuckles amongst the old and the young. Many began to question just what the treaty entailed. With this treaty, we will be allying against a terrorist organization that goes by the name of Akatsuki, known to be the kidnappers of numerous Jinchuriki and murderers of innocents. How much of this is true? Is this really the true enemy they are sending our children to fight, a measly 5 shinobi? I think not. Everyone's eyes widened at that. They wanted to waste lives just to kill 5 shinobi? Why would we waste our time with this organization? The Jinchuriki aren't worth protecting over something like this. They are monsters. Let me remind you all that your beloved Naruto Uzumaki is also a Jinchuriki, one that has been hiding himself away inside our walls. He has been using you all as meat shields to shy away this organization so that he may live longer. By whispering into our Kage's welcoming ear, he has persuaded the nations to protect him like the coward he is. Cries of outrage could be heard. The people were torn on who to believe in, Naruto or Kyo. The present shinobi spread amongst the crowd were horrified by Kyo's words. They could not believe how much one person could twist their words so much. The general population of shinobi were still on Naruto's side, however, the civilians were another story. While the Mizukage often made public speeches to the people, Naruto had no such bond to the citizens, and many felt like they really didn't know the real Naruto. They began to get twisted thoughts of a devilish Naruto plotting behind their backs, corrupting their beloved Mizukage. That is not all. You cannot just place the blame of danger on Naruto alone, Mei. I mean, the Mizukage is also responsible for this. It was she who allowed him to enter this village, she who made the decision to privately train him. She allowed him into her home and later her heart, and she has chosen to side herself with the monster himself. Surely it is not a coincidence? Kyo watched as they looked to one another for answers that only he could give them. They were in his hands now. Now to bring in the bloodlines. It wasn't a coincidence at all. It was in their blood to plot against us. They inherited their ancestors' power trip and wished to create another Uzumaki empire. All Uzumaki are a danger to our security here, sleeper agents just waiting for your beloved leader's call before they act upon us with that infernal bloodline. How can we trust them? Better yet, how can you trust any bloodline to not backstab you? The answer is simple, you can't. Small circles were now forming. People were edging away from one another in suspicion of who had a bloodline. The easiest to find in the forming circles were Uzumaki. Their uncommon traits and appearance allowed the trained eye to pick them out. Many veterans of the war began to push the bloodline users into the circles. Many Uzumaki children were openly insulted by their younger friends. The redheads knew not what to do. Most had given up any idea of reforming a clan, wishing only to live a peaceful life. They were not prepared to defend themselves against this angry crowd. The men began to hug their wives close, glaring right back at the citizens of Kiri they had once called friends just a moment ago. The violet, gray, and green-eyed Uzumaki weren't the only ones to be segregated. Many of the Hyo and Ranru clans were pushed amongst them as well. Their bloodlines had been common knowledge amongst friends for some time. Why are you all acting like this? We have been free dash. A soft-spoken Uzumaki woman tried to soothe the crowd but only got slapped for her outbursts by a Kiri man. Shut the hell up, you whore! It's because of you that my boy is going to have to go and fight, and when he comes back we will all be your slaves. Damn you and your bloodline! Kyo allowed himself to finish his speech with a question and a great hint at what he was preparing to accomplish. I leave you all now hoping that I have revealed what your leader has tried so hard to keep from you. Maybe your outlooks have even been changed. I am but an old man with little ambition. I only wish for us all to continue living in the Kiri I fought many wars for and love with my heart. Now you must all choose, what must we do to stop bloodlines from gaining any more power? Yagura, our late Mizukage, seemed to have quite a good idea. Kyo excused himself with a bow, slowly being led away by his bodyguards while the people stayed in the streets for a few moments longer. The Mizukage is a tyrant waiting to take over, we must act. Death to the Mizukage! Kyo would make a great leader, he warned us before they could act. Death to Uzumaki! Kyo for Rokudame Mizukage! Death to Uzumaki! Kyo for Rokudame Mizukage! Death to Uzumaki! Kyo for Rokudame Mizukage! Their chants spread throughout the city. sending chills down the spines of the bloodline users and a happy tingle in Kyo's chest. Let the revolution begin. Land of Iron. Castle of Iron. Kage Summit. Naruto, Mei, and Chojuro walked into the large castle freezing cold, having to walk through no less than half a dozen gate checkpoints and guard posts. The three were thoroughly exhausted but felt energy rush through them as they entered the large castle. A warm gush of air immediately warmed their chilled bodies. Well, this is much better, Naruto announced, allowing his hands to fall to his sides instead of having them cross over his chest in an effort to keep warm. Mei had to agree, she was not in the right clothing for an extended stay in cold, snowy weather. She observed a samurai captain, evident by the wolf pelt hanging off of his back, walk up to their party. We have been waiting for you. The Hokage has yet to arrive, but my patrols outside say they have seen them coming, so you shouldn't have to wait too long. Please follow me to the meeting room. Naruto and Mei looked at one another and shrugged before following the man up a winding amount of stairs, coming to a stop before a heavily guarded hallway and large oak doors. This is the room. The captain nodded to their guard on each side and they pulled the handles with all their might, leaving the doors to slowly open. You may rest assured you are in good hands here. I wish you luck during your meeting, Kiri-san. Silently thanking the man, the trio walked inside to be greeted by the people inside already. Welcome to the summit, Mizukage-sama. Please have a seat in front of your country's banner, the apparent moderator announced, motioning for her place to sit. Your bodyguards may walk up the stairs there to the higher platform. There are seats for them right behind the flag. Naruto didn't like the idea of the bodyguards being that far from the leader but said nothing. His eyes widened when he felt something wet hit his lips and turned to see Mei kissing his cheek, smiling as she pulled away. Smiling towards her, he gave her a quick peck before looking towards the Kage already present. Naruto immediately spied Gaara first. The redhead was easy to spot. They both simply waved at one another with smiles. Naruto then turned to look at the Raikage, but was stopped when he was given a bone-crushing hug by the man, courtesy of his amazing strength. The man was crying tears of joy for seeing the boy again, the one who had saved Yujito and allowed his brother to rap in someone else's ear all day. Naruto! I have missed you. I was wondering if you would be able to attend. We still have that wrestling match that we must attend to. Kiri is going down. He accentuated the challenge by giving Naruto a double thumbs down. Naruto just laughed at him. I don't think so. If I can wrestle a giant crocodile, I think I can wrestle you. Naruto was referring to the time where he was training out amongst the island chains of Kiri when a huge crocodile attempted to eat him. His only real way to beat it was to use a Rasengan, which barely scratched it but satisfied it nonetheless. Naruto figured it had an itch that the technique was able to scratch. We will see, my young friend, we will see. A patted Naruto's shoulder before walking back over to his seat, allowing Naruto to make his way up to the platform. Naruto looked to his left, and found Kankuro and Temari looking at him with pure amazement, the second time they had seen him since 3 years ago. Naruto faintly noticed that Temari was uncharacteristically blushing and Kankuro was smirking like a madman. Hey Naruto, didn't think I would see you here. Naruto turned the black-clad shinobi. Yeah, well, I wasn't about to let my fiancé go somewhere without my supervision. Temari lost her blush after that, unfortunately remembering he was taken. Yeah, I dash. Kankuro stopped talking when the doors opened and Tsunade Senju, the Godame Hokage of Konoha, walked into the room with Sakura Haruno and Kakashi Hatake. The Iron Moderator welcomed them and sent the 2 bodyguards up to their place while Tsunade made her way to the head of the oddly shaped table. Kakashi walked past Naruto with a mere nod and Sakura gently laid her hand on his shoulder as he walked by, sending him a reassuring wink. Naruto smiled back at her and observed the start of the meeting between the 5 shinobi nations. Now that all of the participants have arrived, please place your hats on the table. All the Kage did as asked, allowing the man to continue. You are here today because the Hokage has called this meeting. The Kage glanced at one another before staring at Tsunade, who did not even flinch at their suspicious attention towards her. My name is Mifune of the Land of Iron, and I will be your moderator. The meeting will now begin. The Kage glanced at one another, wondering who would start the so far awkward meeting between them. Gaara quietly sighed in his head. This would get them nowhere if they could not speak, so he cleared his throat, getting everyone's attention. I'll go first, so listen up. Anoki scoffed. The boy had a lot of nerve to take the lead when he had so little experience in not just being a village leader but being in the ninja world. The roster of Kage sure has changed since I last saw all of you. You in particular, Kage, must be very unique if they gave you that position at such a young age. Your father must have had a hand in that, however. It appears he forgot to teach you manners when amongst your elders. Anoki rebuked the boy, noticing with a grimace he didn't seem to change much from the rebuttal. Gaara mulled this over, not really seeing a way to please the older man other than agree. I suppose so. I would expect that my people judged me well enough before they elected me to be a Kage. Anoki broke out into a fit of laughter, much to everyone's annoyance. Ha! Very cheeky of you, brat. Mei butted into the old man's fun. She was tired of them not getting anything done. Tsuchikage, please stop interrupting in the middle of another person's speech. Mei turned her head towards Gaara, waving a hand towards him. She could see what looked to be hidden gratefulness and smiled. Kage, please continue. I am a current host, but I have come close to be killed by Akatsuki because of what I hold inside of me. Naruto, the Mizukage's blonde bodyguard in the stand, is also a Jinchuriki. He can also attest to the level of danger Akatsuki represents. A few glances were sent towards Naruto and a few mumbles between one another about the argument. After my capture by Akatsuki and rescue at the hands of Naruto, I quickly requested support from other countries as Tsunade has done. I, however, was met with no aid. With a great number of hosts remaining at our last estimates, we may still be able to contain Akatsuki before they get any more power. Anoki scoffed once again at the boy's comment. Containment? A country should be able to look after its own hosts if it wants to keep them. If it can't, then it is obviously not deserving of being called one of the 5 great shinobi nations. It is an embarrassment if you would ask for aid after their capture. It shows weakness and a sense of little honor. Gaara was angered after that, as was Mei. How old was this man really? Says the man that had both his Jinchuriki hosts captured without doing a damn thing about it. Naruto whispered in the stands, his hands clenching in anger. Kuratsuchi watched him from the other side of the platform carefully, sizing him up as a possible opponent to attempt to kill the Tsuchikage. My appearance, my honor, I believe that we all have no time for such old-fashioned thinking, not anymore. Anoki gritted his teeth at the boy's insult. Little brat. Mei decided to join in again, using her knowledge of the previous Mizukage to base her assumptions. Surely we must not need to act with such haste? It must take time to tame such beasts of pure chakra. Who in the world could possibly have that ability anymore? Anoki looked up towards Naruto and then back to Gaara. Both looked at him, curious as to what he was thinking. A host must be in sync with the beast to subdue and ultimately control it. Even then, it is still difficult to control the chakra that flows through you, right, Kazekage? Gaara was silent, not from embarrassment but from his general lack of knowledge on the subject. Naruto knew it would be frowned on, but he felt like he should say something. I mean no disrespect, everyone. Naruto felt his face become a bit red when everyone turned toward him, obviously wondering what he wanted to add. Naruto swallowed. But my friend Gaara has always had difficulty controlling his beast, or at least that is what he has told me. Anoki looked back to Gaara, who was silent for a moment before nodding his head in agreement to Naruto's explanation. What have you to add, Naruto? Tsunade asked her grandson. Naruto smiled while scratching the back of his head. Well, since Killer Bee isn't here, I felt that I should just clarify the Tsuchikage statement, since I too can control my beast to such a level of full 9 tails. There were gasps all around. It was amazing to think that the 9 tails had finally been subdued, no less by a mere teenager. Are you serious? A asked after shooting up from his chair, his hands clenching in excitement. Yes, sir, and it is true that it is difficult to control the beast. A level of bonding and trust is needed with your tailed beast in order to truly reach that level. I can only guess that it is very difficult for Gaara to get along with his beast, let alone contact it. Kyuubi can be a little, bloodthirsty but dash. Inoki interrupted him, in shock that the beast could talk. You mean that you can talk to it? It speaks human? Naruto nodded, not seeing what the big deal was. My god! Tsunade muttered. This certainly reveals much and also raises many new questions. Questions to be asked at a later time. For now, we must refocus our attention on Akatsuki. Mifune ordered, bringing everyone back to the original point of the meeting. Mei winked towards Naruto before turning back around. We must use this to our advantage. If we can talk to the damn things, it means we might be able to persuade them to our side as well. Our armies would be unstopped. Inoki stopped himself from his ramble by a sense of danger coming from his left. Naruto sensed it as well, looking towards Chojuro to give him the order. Everyone else was already moving to protect their Kage from one another. Chojuro, let's go! Right. The Reikage slammed his fist onto the table in anger, prompting the bodyguards to form up in front of their Kage in a protective fashion against the lightning ninja. Naruto had his hands in the dog hand sign, his mouth slightly bulging with the lava building up for an attack. Chojuro had his sword out and pointed towards the Reikage, an uncharacteristic scowl set on his features. Sakura had her fists raised in an X-brawling style to defend both herself and her master. Kakashi was charging up a Chidori with his Sharingan already revealed and glaring dangerously at the Kage. Kuratsuchi had a kunai prepared and stood beside her large partner Akatsuchi. Both were in front of the two Kumo bodyguards, challenging them to move an inch towards the Tsukage. Temari and Kankuro stood the farthest away. Kankuro had his main puppet revealed while Temari shielded Gaara with her war fan. Both were glaring at the man's supposed attempt to hurt their little brother. C and Darui stood their ground, kunai and butcher sword in their hands respectively. I had not been expecting such a quick move and stood there, huffing from both annoyance and shock. This is neutral ground, please refrain from such emotional outbursts here. Mifune warned the Reikage, who just sat back down in his seat after waving his bodyguards away. Naruto-koi, Chojuro, it's fine now. Mei told them. She had a small smirk and was quite amused by the exchange. She also had a tint of pink on her cheeks from the thought of Naruto coming to her rescue so quickly, her knight in shining armor so to speak. I am hopeless, and I love it. Sakura, Kakashi, that was a wonderful reaction, but please sit back down. Kakashi nodded and headed back up, but Sakura was hesitant to leave. Only a serious gaze from her master made her go back up without further argument. Temari, Kankuro, it's over. The siblings reluctantly parted from the floor, none too pleased the Kage were so forgiving. Inoki merely motioned for his two guards to head back up, either wishing to disrespect him. Yes, sir. Akatsuchi seemed a bit disappointed there would be no fight, but heeded his order. Soon all the bodyguards were settled in the stands, albeit it was much more tense between them. I hate to admit this, but it is necessary so we all know where we stand. Iwa, Kiri, Suna, and even my Konoha have or had members in the Akatsuki, something that shouldn't be overlooked. Tsunade ground out. She was not pleased by the piece of information. The mentioned Kage merely looked down a bit in shame but said nothing. A was silently smirking at how his village was the only pure one. Further, there are those among you who have used Akatsuki to further your country's selfish gains. A announced after Tsunade's revelation, his temper getting the better of him. Inoki made a sideways glare towards the blonde, one of which was readily returned by the younger man. Used Akatsuki? What do you mean? Gaara asked incredulously. How does one use Akatsuki? Weren't they a group that kidnapped Jinchuriki? Plain and simple? I have thought about the real reason of why the Hokage has called us all here, and I have come to the conclusion that while I don't trust any of you personally, I do trust one person here. Naruto! Naruto was shocked that he was once again being pulled into the conversation. Everyone's eyes were back on him. I trust Naruto. If it wasn't for his help, Yujito would not be among the living and Akatsuki would be one-tailed beast stronger. As for my brother Killer Bee, from what I hear they have become great friends with one another, if the 9 swords on his back are any proof. Even my hunters have enjoyed his company and support, so I pledge that I will help the Jinchuriki, not the country. Everyone took a moment to soak his proclamation in, Naruto included. He was truly honored to be recognized like that, by the Reikage no less. That is acceptable, but what do you mean by using Akatsuki? Gaara cut back in, he was still in shock over the idea. I turned to look towards him and pointed an accusing finger to the Kazekage. A glare marred his features. You're in this high of a position of power, and yet you don't know? Speak to your village elders for the truth. You used Akatsuki in the invasion of Konoha. Everyone's eyes widened in recognition, Orochimaru. The nations of the world are moving towards peace, through pressure of the lords of our countries. Disarmament is beginning to take its toll. Such a thing as a ninja village is a strain on any economy, no matter how powerful the nation. The more ninja you have, the less money you make, and our lords care about money. To this end, we have less and less ninja recruitment, and no one to replace the veterans going into retirement. Inoki explained to the audience, reflecting his own village's problems as he spoke. You can't send a battalion of green ninja right out of the academy to go to war, you would lose. So what do? You find an alternative, and that alternative happened to be Akatsuki. Gaara seethed, his anger rising at the proposal of using that organization for such selfish means. Inoki merely shrugged, remembering his dealings with the young woman named Konan if he was remembering correctly. It was simple, pay the fee and the job would get done. They were accessible to us, relatively cheap compared to the job's difficulty, and the job always got done with good results. I turned towards him, intent on having his opinion known. That was what I meant, you shouldn't be bragging about using that damned organization Tsuchikage. Inoki merely huffed in his chair, leading Aide to become more pissed. Akatsuki was used in Suna's war with Konoha, Orochimaru. I finished his original thought. Tsunade decided to butt in with her own intel from Jiraiya. It is unclear whether he was still in Akatsuki at that time. Reikage. I merely glanced in her direction with crossed arms, stating his defiance. Both the Kazekage and Hokage died during that conflict. Mei whispered. Although it was picked up by everyone in the room, they bowed their heads in respect to the lost. Yes, and I can't help but feel that something about it isn't right. I mumbled, stroking his beard in thought. While I hate to do this, mostly for Naruto's sake, it is true that Kirigakure has been rumored to be the so-called seat of Akatsuki. You are by far the most suspicious amongst the gathered nations here. Your hasty treaty with Suna and talks with Konoha mean nothing to serve your strange isolation from the world. A accused, silently apologizing to Naruto, who was seething in the stands, feeling horrible he could do nothing to take the guilt from Mei's shoulders. Mei glanced up at Naruto, sending him a smile before turning back to the accusation. I'm sorry, Naruto, but for once I must shoulder this responsibility on my own. You will understand once you become the leader of the clan. Sometimes you must take the burden for yourself. Actually, there is a popular belief that my predecessor, Yagura, was controlled by someone. It could have been Akatsuki, but I didn't want to start a panic with an investigation. However, Mei was interrupted by an irate A. You mean to tell me that you knew and willingly The angered man was then interrupted by Inoki, who was determined to set the youngster straight. You leave her alone about this Reikage. It is because of you and your country that some of us have had to resort to using Akatsuki to keep ourselves afloat. Your country did not disarm after the last major war, forcing us to compensate with the impossible. Mei took that as a sign to continue before A interrupted again. I was about to say that I believe that Akatsuki's leader and the manipulator behind Yagura's manipulation was none other than Madara Uchiha. Everyone was shocked at this. Madara Uchiha? How was he still alive after all this time? I thought he was dead. Inoki muttered. Mei also noticed Tsunade nodding her head a bit in recognition. I am not sure I understand the possibility either, but our source has been confirmed. As they were deciding what next to speak about, Mifune decided to step in and give his opinion. As the neutral country here, I must say that this Madara knew right when to strike at our weakness. The Kage turned their attention to the center table where Mifune sat. He used the knowledge of the disarmament and decreasing escalations to reveal himself so that we couldn't refuse. Not even the land of iron has been immune. To have all 5 of the Kage here, though, It provides us with a golden opportunity that has never been proposed before. The Kage looked at one another, already guessing at what was going on. What do you think of a 5-nation shinobi alliance? An alliance? That's a bit of a quick jump from talking, don't you think? You can't be serious, work with one another? It's not such a bad idea, actually. Everyone's eyes turned to Tsunade for her differing opinion. With Akatsuki becoming more of a threat and possibly a true doomsday scheme on their agenda, we must consider working together to quickly end the threat. The Kage glanced between each other again, wary eyes cast back and forth. We need a command structure, so we can be clear on who is in charge. That's the question, though. Who would be in charge? Anoki muttered, not exactly liking the idea of taking orders from someone. We must allow the neutral party to choose, lest we fight with one another. Mei added she wasn't in the mood for more arguing. All nations other than Iwa and Konoha still have a tailed beast, leaving those two countries at a slight disadvantage in strength. Tsunade and Anoki clenched their teeth, hating to sound weak in front of the other Kage. Kiryu is too dangerous to trust fully with the possible origins of Akatsuki stemming from their nation. Information leaks could become rampant and communication would be sporadic at best. Mei looked down in shame. Naruto's features became more pronounced and his eyes flashed red. Not to mention she is a woman. Mifune added as an afterthought in his mind. Suna's leader is too young to be taken seriously in a commanding position. Many find it hard to address him by his current title. Gaara merely nodded. He understood and would prefer not to have the position anyway. Kumo would be a fine choice if not for their leader's unpredictable attitude with his emotions. Mifune pointed out the busted table for an example. Spurring men into battle with a fine speech and emotion in your tone is one thing, but if you can't keep calm in a simple talk such as this, how can you expect to be taken seriously? I merely growled. Mifune decided to restate his position as moderator. This is only my opinion, of course. Konoha and Iwa both have had or used Akatsuki members with their villages. Also, as I said before, both are at significant disadvantages without Jinchuriki on their side. So what exactly are you get dash? It was interrupted when someone or something burst through the floor in the middle of their meeting table. A loud hello echoed throughout the room. The bodyguards quickly took up spots in front of their Kage. Naruto opted to take his swords out this time instead to defend Mei. What the hell? A proclaimed, quite angered by the interruption. Akatsuki? Gaara asked to no one in particular, not familiar with this particular member. It appears so. Anoki muttered again, glaring at the new arrival. Look at the two Jinchuriki here, boss will sure be pleased. Naruto and Gaara received concerned glances from the party around them. Both shifted into more defensible positions in case he was here to take them. The plant man seemed to just remember something, slapping his head in punishment. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to announce my boss's arrival. He is here along with his apprentice, and he has something he wishes to say. Chapter 18. Party Crashers and Rivals Clash. Land of Iron. Castle of Iron. Kage Summit. Everyone's eyes widened at that. Madara was here? I moved quicker than anyone in the room, quickly latching onto the man's neck with his strong grip. White Setsu grimaced. The man's strength was astounding. Where is he? Where is Madara Uchiha? Whispers spread amongst those gathered in the room during A's interrogation of the Akatsuki. Madara's apprentice? Who is that? Mei questioned, wondering who the man could possibly choose as a successor. Naruto shifted uncomfortably, having a bad feeling about just who this apprentice was. Chojuro was too young to remember Madara from anything other than a textbook, and just remained in a defensive position near the Mizukage. Naruto! Do you think his apprentice could be? Gaara began to question him, not bothering to name the person. Naruto looked at the redhead before looking down at the ground, slowly nodding his head. The other Sand siblings just looked at their brother for guidance, not understanding what he meant. Madara Uchiha? Wasn't he from Konoha? Kuratsuchi asked the Tsuchikage, who strummed his beard in thought. Yes, he was the leader of the Uchiha at the time of Konoha's founding, I believe. When the position of Kage was given to the Slug Queen's grandfather instead, he went off to Kiri. Tsunade glared over towards the Tsuchikage for the nickname, to which Inoki only smirked. Attuned out their voices, only focusing on the puny plant man that he held in the palm of his hands. To his annoyance, the man was actually smiling even though he was in such a predicament. Slightly tightening his grip, he made his voice be known throughout the room, silencing everyone. "Tell me where he is! If you don't, I won't go easy on you." Zetsu seemed to ponder this as everyone looked at him, expecting him to talk. "Well, I suppose I could give you a hint." Zetsu was stopped from talking further when the man's hand suddenly crushed his windpipe, effectively cutting off his only way to breathe or speak. I was fuming with anger that the man was so stubborn. His body shook from his intense emotions. Mei glared at the large buffoon of a man that stood before her. What was he thinking? I turned around and looked at his pale-skinned bodyguard. See, let's get started. I want him found now." C nodded, bringing his hands up into a ram hand sign to better help him concentrate. "Yes, sir." Mei decided to speak up, still angry over what the man did to the Akatsuki member. "Why did you kill him? If you had captured him, we could have interrogated him for info about the Akatsuki." Gaara addressed her instead of the angry Reikage. "Akatsuki members don't talk nor betray the organization, they are all too loyal." Mei backed up on her accusations after that, deciding it was a lost cause anyway. The moderator had observed the interaction between the shinobi calmly from his desk, deciding now was the time to get the situation under control. He turned towards his personal advisors and bodyguards, Okisuke and Ichiraku, giving them orders. "Okisuke, Ichiraku, order everyone on full alert and to begin conducting searches throughout the perimeter for Madara Uchiha." His eyes narrowed to slits as he stared at the Akatsuki corpse in front of him, whispering the last part of his orders. "And to prepare for battle." "Yes, sir." They saluted, beginning to take control of the legion of samurai patrolling the castle. I moved towards the wall of the room in a heartbeat, bringing his fist back and punching straight through the stone barrier. Everyone's eyes widened by the man's spontaneity. They had no idea what he was planning on doing. "See, Derry, let's go. We are going to search every inch of this castle until we find him. The rest of you Kage should stay here, you will only get in my way." With that, the man ran out through the large hole in the wall while his bodyguards lagged behind for just a few seconds. "Sorry about the table, and the wall," Daru exclaimed before getting dragged along by C, who was determined to catch up to his leader. Naruto and the others somewhat relaxed their guard, sensing the immediate danger over. Naruto took up a place right beside Mei, who chose to stay in her seat for the time being. Chojuro got down from his crouching place on the table to stand on Mei's other flank, his sword holstered for now. Inoki just shook his head condescendingly towards the brash Reikage, staying in his comfortable chair as well. "How rude that youngster is! He always has been an unruly child, seems like it has carried over to him being a Kage as well." Ichiraku, a balding man with a scarf covering the lower part of his face, lifted up a part of the scarf and clicked his communicator. "Everyone, prepare for battle and search the grounds for Madara Uchiha. I want 3 platoons guarding the tower's entrance." He received multiple rogers and affirmatives from the samurai squad leaders throughout the castle. The shadow of a figure slithered along the ceiling, looking at all of the Kage and bodyguards. It was also listening to the conversations, especially interested in the recent orders given to the samurai legions. Believing now would be a good time to report to his master, the figure slowly sunk through the wall and back to the lower levels of the tower. Castle of Iron. Ground level. Balcony. A masked man stood on a balcony overlooking the welcoming area for the building. The orange swirl mask hid his face from the boy who stood beside him. They both wore Akatsuki robes over their clothing and both had their Sharingan revealed. "Looks like they are on the move." Madara noted. The movement of samurai had picked up since the last 5 minutes he had sent Setsu to the upper level to alert the Kage of his presence. The boy only grunted. The smirk on his face did not seem to want to go away. Madara glanced towards Sasuke, his apprentice, wondering why he was smiling so much now. "Why are you smiling, boy?" Sasuke looked at him with his new eyes, courtesy of a dead Itachi Uchiha. I have been given a new power thanks to my dead brother, one that I can use to destroy my enemies, destroy Naruto. Madara only shook his head and sighed. This boy wanted too much revenge on people he had no idea whether he could beat or not. Since the boy's induction, Madara had quickly learned the extent of his hate towards Itachi and his goal to kill him. With a promise of allowing him to kill Itachi, Madara easily gained his apprentice's trust. Now anyone could tell that at his current level, Sasuke stood no chance against his older brother, so Madara trained him before they fought. Sasuke quickly grew impatient though and insisted that he recall Itachi so that Sasuke could kill him, so he did just that. Madara and Zetsu personally observed the battle and watched the two brothers fight it out. While he performed quite well to Madara's expectations, Sasuke was eventually forced on the defensive and Madara realized it was only a matter of time before the boy was defeated. Placing Sasuke under a genjutsu using his own Mangekyo, Madara dispatched Itachi himself, and took the man's eyes for his bargaining chip. When Sasuke awoke from the genjutsu, he was under the belief that he had placed the final blow on Itachi and not Madara, who was happy to allow the boy to believe that. After promising him power beyond his dreams and the ability to bring the Uchiha back to greatness, Madara transplanted Itachi's eyes to Sasuke, giving him the power of the Mangekyo. Well, you aren't ready to use your new power yet. It's barely been a week since the transplant, and you still can't harness the Amaterasu flames correctly, let alone quench them. You should go play with the samurai and provide a wonderful distraction for me while I talk to the Kage. Sasuke frowned and said nothing, his Sharingan swirling angrily. Madara glared right back at the boy, moving at lightning-quick speeds and pushing him against the wall behind them. He gripped the boy's cloak and kept him still as his eye bore into Sasuke's, demanding power and respect for the old ninja. Do you understand that, Sasuke? He asked with a cold, warning tone. Sasuke glared but nodded, knowing he could do nothing against Madara. Yet, Zetsu chose this as his moment to arrive, quickly taking in the scene of Madara holding Sasuke to a wall. The man wanted to smirk at the surprise on their faces but chose the option that would allow him to keep his head, reporting to his leader. Leader-sama, I have alerted the Kage of your presence. I should also warn you of the samurai and Raikage, both parties are looking for you right now. Madara seemed to ponder this, hesitating for a moment with his hold over Sasuke. Sensing the man's focus taken away, Sasuke broke free of him and jumped off the balcony. Madara and Zetsu leaned over the side to watch what he was doing. The boy moved slowly towards the center of the welcoming area, the exact place where over 20 samurai were guarding. Madara shook his head again in disappointment, but knew that no matter how he did it, Sasuke would defeat the men down there with his current power level. He turned towards Zetsu, who seemed to be captured by the sight that was developing below him. Zetsu, stay here with Sasuke as I meet with the Kage upstairs. If the Raikage comes after him, make sure he stays alive. Zetsu smiled and saluted his leader, who soon disappeared in a swirl of chakra. Letting his leader's absence sink in for only a moment, Zetsu went straight over to the edge of the balcony and continued to watch the growing conflict. I wonder how much punishment Sasuke can take before I have to rescue him? Castle of Iron. Ground level. Sasuke strode up to the battalion of samurai who stood before him, a murderous smirk dead set on his features. The samurai looked to one another and their squad leaders, not sure what to make of the young man that stood in front of them now. The captain of the samurai forces walked to the forefront of their line, the men giving respect by parting their crowd for him. Sasuke looked at him with little interest. The only difference of this samurai was the wolf pelt on his back. Nothing else seemed special about him. The captain held up a hand signaling Sasuke to halt, and to humor the man, he did just that. State your business here, Uchiha-san. This is neutral ground and the Hokage has already brought the 2 allowed bodyguards inside with her. You should not be here. Leave now before we are forced to apprehend and detain you. Sasuke's smile never left his face, something that angered the captain more than anything. You obviously don't know much about what goes on outside of your country, do you? As you can tell by this cloak, I am a member of Akatsuki. The samurai suddenly went on the defensive, taking out their swords and formed a staggered line in front of the Uchiha. And since you can't see a headband, It obviously means I'm not affiliated with Konoha any longer. Now then. Sasuke threw off his cloak, revealing a new outfit of his Madara had given him. It was comprised of a black suit, similar to the one Madara wore underneath his cloak. He had 2 plate guards just like Madara's that ran from his hips down to his lower legs. Sasuke patted his chest armor that covered him front and back, neck to groin, and was made of the same design and material as his leg guards. The samurai were a bit intimidated by this, not expecting a ninja to wear any type of armor. The captain stood resolute though. He had fought ninja before, armor or no, and still defeated them through both strength of mind and body. Stand firm, men! We will show this Uchiha how the samurai welcome uninvited guests. The samurai looked at their captain in awe and cheered, raising their swords high up into the air for victory. Sasuke watched them celebrate before the battle even started, pathetic if you asked him. I will just have to teach them how superior the Uchiha are. Are you done? Sasuke asked the men who were beginning to calm down from their early celebrating, leading to a deadly quiet room. The samurai began to stiffen, their hands clenching around their sword hilts. Sasuke watched in interest as the chakra in their bodies slowly connected and engulfed the blades, leading them to be enveloped in a blue chakra cloak. Zetsu and Sasuke were silently amazed by the skill these non-shinobi had in manipulating chakra. I'm surprised that samurai can do that. Surprised? We samurai of the Land of Iron are far more disciplined than a major nation's troops. We have gone toe-to-toe with legions of shinobi for the independence of our nation and have won before, the captain announced, angry at Sasuke's indifference towards them. I was actually a bit surprised, but it doesn't matter now. You may have faced so-called legions of shinobi before, but you have never fought against me, Sasuke Uchiha, sole inheritor of the Uchiha clan's Kekkei Genkai, the Sharingan. Enough of this meaningless talk, destroy him. The samurai obeyed their leader's order, jumping towards Sasuke and launching crescents of chakra from their blades, shaped similar to their swords. Sasuke smirked, gathering up lightning chakra into his blade. He blocked each strike that came too close. The samurai watched in mute horror as their attack was defeated so easily. The captain analyzed the boy as he finished up with their attack, the wall behind him littered in craters and marks where their attacks missed or were deflected. A lightning affinity? It explains why he was able to defeat our attacks so easily. Looks like we will have to try something else. Before he could order the men to change their tactics, Sasuke charged forward and sliced the man beside the captain. Blood sprayed onto his armor and Sasuke's face as the boy went on a rampage throughout their line, slicing right through their thick armor like it was butter. Ordering his men to fall back, the captain moved to defend the one obvious way up to the Kage meeting room, the staircase. Sasuke had only taken down 6 when he noticed the remaining 24 samurai had fallen back in front of a door. Knowing that it was only a matter of time, Sasuke started to slowly walk towards the men, relishing in the occasional nervous twitch or gesture they would exhibit. Castle of Iron. Second level. A.C. and Darui were running through a corridor searching for Madara Uchiha. They had already checked the previous floors and were running out of places to look. The group's mood, especially the Rakich's, had started to deteriorate since they began their search. The frustration of not finding the man had gotten to the ill-tempered Kage, and it was now showing with the man's tense disposition. C was keeping an eye out for strange chakra when he felt something, or more like lost the feeling of something. Reaching out with his mind, C noticed that 6 chakra sources had disappeared 1 level below them. He could only guess that the samurai had encountered their target, or other Akatsuki members, and were losing. Sir, I can feel chakra sources disappearing. It has to be Akatsuki. A glance towards him, his face contorted in frustration and anger. Which way? Darui glanced towards his Rakichi. The man was definitely too excited and wound up. Directly below us. A stopped running and looked downward, anticipating the battle in his mind already. Bringing up his fist, he brought the roof crashing down the occupants of the level below before jumping down with his 2 bodyguards. Castle of Iron. Ground level. Sasuke had just reached the middle of the room when he felt the ground shake beneath him, and heard a distinct cracking of stone. Looking upwards, he watched as the ceiling caved in from an unseen force, forcing him to jump away from the center. The samurai looked upwards to find their savior, the Raikage and his men falling to the ground. The captain was relieved. Even he knew that his men stood little chance against Sasuke. They were merely there to buy time. I hit the ground and looked around to see a boy in armor with a sword out. He noticed the red eyes of the Sharingan, and knew this to either be Madara or one of his men. Darui looked behind him to check on the samurai, relieved to see that most were still alive. She merely glared at the Uchiha. He had caused the samurai and the Kage much grief, and it was time he be made to pay. Are you Madara Uchiha? Questioned Sasuke, pointing an accusing finger towards the young boy. Sasuke's eyes widened and his mouth gaped in surprise before moving back to a smirk, a guttural howl of laughter erupting from his throat. A's hands clenched in anger as did C's. Who was this boy that would dare laugh at the Raikage? Darui merely looked at the boy with confusion. What the hell was his problem? Attacking these men on his own? He is either very powerful or very cocky. Seeing his age, I would say the latter. Ha ha! You actually believe me to be that old man? Hardly. I am his apprentice, Sasuke Uchiha. That will change someday, though. I will be the master soon enough. Why, you little brat? I'll teach you to disrespect me. Sasuke took a breath to calm himself before launching himself at the man, intent on testing his power against one of the great Kage. Zetsu observed from the balcony, wondering whether to laugh at or pity the boy for his stupidity. He just won't stop. Who the hell launches themselves at a Kage? A enveloped himself in lightning chakra, effectively shielding his attack from any attack Sasuke could launch. Darui, observing Sasuke ready his katana with lightning chakra, quickly went through hand signs before shooting a concentrated stream of water at Sasuke. Water release! Water encampment wall! Just as Sasuke landed a few feet from the Raikage, the stream of water impacted him and forced him back and up into the air. Sasuke glared at Darui as he was pushed away by the water, but his eyes widened when the man began to do additional hand signs and build up chakra in his hands. He smiled at Darui's ability. It was one of the many reasons why he was chosen for bodyguard duty. The man was able to use both water and lightning release proficiently and at the same time. Having both elements also allowed him the ability of storm release, an uncommon Kekei Genkai found in a few clans within Kumo. Lightning release, wave of inspiration. Lightning surged through the water, reaching Sasuke in mere seconds. The blast of electricity shocked the Uchiha and made him cry out in pain. Realizing he was in trouble if he remained there, Sasuke broke free of the current and back-flipped away from the three Kumo shinobi. He crouched low with his blade crackling with energy. He challenged them to come forward with a glare. Yo boss, looks like this kid uses lightning. Darui noted. I merely continued to watch the boy that glared at him. Watch it, the Uchiha are known to have a common affinity of fire. Be ready to make another Suetun Darui, she warned, remembering what he learned from his extra studies back in the village. Zetsu continued to observe, silently applauding the Kumo ninja for their observations. They have been fighting for only a few minutes and the two have already figured out his two affinities. What will you do now, Sasuke? The samurai watched in awe as the battle continued. They could sense the tension between these men. The captain moved his hand to a place right under his face mask, clicking his communicator. We have been attacked by a member of Akatsuki. The Raikage is currently engaging the enemy on the ground floor. Request assistance. He received an affirmative from Ichiraku. 3 additional battalions were being brought in from the perimeter to reinforce his men. In the meantime, the captain continued to observe the battle of the Titans, wondering who would be the winner. These are Jounin that I'm fighting, including the Raikage. This could get very interesting, Sasuke thought with a sick satisfaction. He intended to wipe the grin from Sasuke's face with his technique, going through 3 hand signs to get it started. I'll stop him in his tracks. Lightning illusion flash of lightning pillar, he announced, bringing Sasuke's attention over to him. Sasuke observed the move with his Sharingan, a blinding light forming in front of him which would stop him from being able to see. An illusion? You will have to do better. Sasuke prepared to break the genjutsu when the Raikage came plowing out from the thick screen of light, bringing his fist crashing into Sasuke's stomach. Realizing this was a genjutsu as well, Sasuke broke the genjutsu just in time to see Darui and the Raikage in front of him prepared to attack. He silently applauded the Sharingan's capabilities of seeing through the double illusion, not that it would matter for long. Noticing he had awoken from the genjutsu, he decided to gloat before smashing the boy's head with his fist. You may have seen through the illusion, but it is too late. Sasuke's eyes widened as he brought his fist down upon him in tandem with Darui's cleaver sword. Knowing the kid was in too deep, Zetsu moved quickly to the ground below and pushed Sasuke out of the way. Darui stopped his sword swing and faced the new intruder, but was momentarily disoriented by the Raikage's supercharged fist hitting the ground. Sasuke glared at the new arrival, angered that the man thought him to be so weak as to need saving. Zetsu merely smirked towards the kid. He still had much to learn in the shinobi world. I don't need your help, Zetsu. Get the hell out of here and crawl back into the ground where you belong. Zetsu's eyes widened a bit at the insult, but he nonetheless continued to smile, slowly sinking into the ground. All right, Sasuke, we will see how far you get without me to save you. Sasuke merely humphed at the man's threat, choosing instead to watch the recovering Kumo shinobi. The captain watched as the shinobi continued to attack one another, breaking more and more of the castle floor with their antics. These ninja are pretty rough. Darui turned towards C, who was hanging near the back of their formation. He was not a frontline fighter like the Raikage or Darui. Oi, C, track that guy, will ya? I don't want this guy's friends to keep popping out of nowhere. C looked at his fellow jounin, weighing his options. All right, but it will be difficult for me to concentrate on that task while fighting. Darui merely shook his head, inclining his head towards the Raikage and Sasuke. The boss and I can handle this kid, don't worry about it. The blond man nodded and closed his eyes, concentration, feeling for the retreating Zetsu in the nearby chakra sources. Zetsu kept moving around the room, not staying in one place so the boy would have trouble tracking him. From the interaction between the Kumo ninja and his own observations, it was obvious this C was a sensor type as well as an established genjutsu user. This guy could become a little troublesome. Looks like I'll have to kill him. Castle of Iron. Top floor. Kage summit. The Kage remained sitting in their seats, awaiting A's imminent arrival from his fruitless search. This was obviously not the case, however, as Mifyun's advisor reported that the loud noises heard from the lower floors was actually a fight between an Uchiha and the Raikage. Naruto and Gaara both had a very good guess at who Madara's apprentice was before. This information sealed the deal. Sasuke was here. Mifyun's other bodyguard, Ichiraku, inspected the corpse of Zetsu, seeing if he was really dead or not. The bodyguards merely stood beside their Kage, not bothering to return to the upper platform with such a tense atmosphere now. We need to be prepared if Madara comes here, because if he has come for a fight, it will be a difficult one for us. Tsunade announced, bringing everyone's attention to her. If it comes down to that, I will fight Madara. His connection to the massacres and the death of the previous Mizukage leads him to be a dangerous war criminal amongst Kiri shinobi. Mei said, making sure everyone knew that Kiri was ready to fight. Naruto and Chojuro merely nodded in agreement with their Mizukage. I agree with that, Ichiraku. Please request a double layer of guards in the corridor outside. The man at his side nodded in affirmation and began to speak into his communicator again. All you youngsters are getting so worried about one man. No matter how powerful he is, Madara wouldn't dare fight all 5 Kage at the same time. It is a death wish. Inoki boasted. He had remained in his seat quietly until the Kage began to talk about Madara coming up here. While we wait for the Raikage to return, I would like to question you all on our previous thought. Do you believe an alliance is the correct path? It seems unbelievable with the amount of conflict between your nations so far, but are you willing to give it a chance? The Kage looked at Mifyun and then at each other, processing the man's question. I believe it to be a necessity to prevent further war between us. Such ideals have remained within our minds as children but slowly die as we grow old and bitter. Now that we have been presented with the idea together, and with a common enemy, We have a chance to make the future better for our children. Tsunade said to the others, believing the alliance would truly be a wonderful thing. Anoki merely scoffed. That sounds like a wonderful idea, but ideas and ideals take much time to come to fruition. If you are too hasty in the journey for the reward at your destination, you will easily make mistakes and lose sight of what you originally wanted to accomplish. Gaara spoke up after the old man, coming to defense of Tsunade. Haven't we had enough time to process this ideal? Decades of death and destruction have left a lasting impression on all people, civilian and shinobi alike. To decide to go on this road now is not a sign of haste, but a sign of progress. The Kage listened to the boy's words. They were true as were Tsunade's. Humph. Not like it matters anyway. We will be back at war soon enough if our daimyo have anything to say about it. Gaara decided to attack the old man for that comment. I can't accept your lack of faith in our determination. If we are all willing to sacrifice something for the ultimate greater good, that of peace, then what should we allow to stand in our way? Something this important will never be easy. It is something we will have to fight for, something we shinobi are good at. Anoki merely gave a hearty laugh. The boy had a way with words when he actually used them. Well spoken, Kazekage. Mei commented. Naruto patted his friend on the back with a smile which was returned by the redhead. Before further talk could continue, a loud banging and impacts could be heard, bringing all the shinobi present back up to a more defensive stance. Temari turned to her brother, wondering what they should do if Sasuke was able to arrive up there. Gaara, what should we do if Sasuke is able to make it up here? He is a traitor to Konoha and is now affiliated with Akatsuki. Gaara pondered it for a moment. Uchiha Sasuke, huh? He whispered, pondering what to do. Akatsuki looked to the Tsuchikage, also wondering what to do in this situation. Tsuchikage-sama, what should we do? Prepare for battle? Anoki looked up at the tall boy, playfully glaring at him. Of course not. What if my hips give out on me? Akatsuki held up his hands in defense and tried to apologize. Kuratsuchi had other plans though. Hey Gramps, mind if I head down and check out the battle? I have never seen Akatsuki in action, let alone an Uchiha. Anoki looked at the young woman. Her excitement was practically oozing out of her to go and watch the fight. He ended up sighing in defeat. Do what you want. Just be sure to stay out of the Raikage way. He might kill you on accident. She pumped her fist in victory. What do you want to do, partner? She asked Akatsuki. He merely smiled and pointed towards the Tsuchikage. I had better stay here just in case his hips give out. She seemed a bit disappointed but was still excited about the fight. Down below, the fight was becoming much more intense between Kumo and Akatsuki. Castle of Iron. Ground level. Sasuke tensed his body as the two sides glared at one another, waiting for the other to attack. He weighed his options. One of the guards had been taken out of the fight because he had to track Zetsu. At least that fool was useful to me in some way. The two he was fighting though were obviously the strongest though. The Raikage had yet to show his true power yet though. As far as Sasuke could tell, the large man used his lightning release to enhance his taijutsu moves. He also noticed the man had incredible speed and it was difficult for his Sharingan to track. Darui was a challenge both because he wielded a sword and because of his multiple elements. He had so far shown excellent ability with both lightning and water, and had caused him much grief in the beginning of the battle. Even with the odds stacked against him, Sasuke merely got more excited at the prospect of fighting against the impossible. I suppose it's time to get serious now that you are down a man. And Darui glared at the Uchiha, mad that he was still gloating in his position. Don't push your luck, boy! I yelled out before launching himself towards Sasuke, appearing in front of the boy in just a few seconds. His Sharingan just barely detecting him in time, Sasuke sidestepped his power punch and attempted to slice through the man's rib cage only to have his sword repulsed by the lightning armor. Lightning cannot defeat lightning. Looks like I will have to try something else. Sasuke ran through hand signs as he fell back away from the Raikage, who was still orientating himself towards Sasuke's new position. Compressing large amounts of heated fire chakra within his body, Sasuke shot them all out at the same time in the form of large dragons, all launched towards the Raikage. Realizing now was a good time to jump in, Darui leaped to the defense of the rakeage, going through a quick succession of hand signs and shooting out a gust of water. Water release! Water encampment wall! Sasuke glared at the man as his dragons slowly dissipated from view and became steam. He had forgotten about that one. Not for long. Using the confusion, Sasuke quickly created basic clones of himself and launched them in different directions. The rakeage took the bait and pursued the nearest one to him. However, she was unable to be fooled and watched as the real one headed towards Darui. Darui, look out! That's the real one! The large sword user had just finished his jutsu when Sasuke reached him, bringing his face mere inches from Darui's. The man fell into the Sharingan's trap. Darui watched as the Sharingan hypnotically swirled around, bringing a heavy darkness upon him. Damn it, a genjutsu! And I fell for it. I can't even move. She could only watch in horror as his partner fell to the ground in a heap, knocked unconscious by the jutsu. The rakeage had heard C's cry of warning and turned around on Sasuke, tying the boy up in close combat. The blonde bodyguard turned to the large congregation of samurai at the door, pointing over to his friend. Samurai! Get him to safety, I can't protect him while I dash. C was unable to finish as Zetsu leaped out of the floor and launched a sudden attack on the medic, forcing him on the defensive. The captain realized the man spoke the truth and quickly moved to get the man with a squad of his men. They retrieved the heavy body of Darui and brought him to the staircase where over 40 samurai now protected. C watched them carry Darui away. A feeling of relief showed as his shoulders sagged. He now could fight unhindered now that he didn't have to protect anyone. He back-flipped away from Zetsu when he noticed that a multitude of clones were being created from the ground, leading there to be over a dozen of them now for C to fight. Cracking his knuckles, C smirked and charged towards the Zetsu clones. Castle of Iron. Ground level. Sasuke and A charged towards one another, one with Chidori and another with a lightning-encased elbow. Sasuke used his Sharingan again to predict the movement of the elbow and ducked below it, striking his Chidori straight through the man's chest where his heart should be. A merely smirked in appreciation for the boy's attempt as the strike actually passed through his armor and grazed his skin. Using your lightning to increase the strength and penetration of your attack? That is Kakashi Hataki's move. To be able to get through my lightning armor is quite impressive indeed. Sasuke was amazed the man was still talking. He was sure he had gotten him in the heart. Feeling himself being lifted up, Sasuke was thrown above the rakeage and then brought smashing back down into the floor. Liger bomb! A exclaimed as he brought Sasuke's head smashing down into the ground, creating a large crater in the center of the building. The samurai watched in amazement as what they thought was the battle to be over. The captain especially was extremely impressed by the sheer power and destruction of the rakeage technique. So that was the rumored ninjutsu taijutsu of the rakeage, enhancing his taijutsu with lightning-enhanced ninjutsu. I suppose I didn't need those reinforcements after all. C and Zetsu had stopped fighting after the resounding impact, both looking over towards the battle. C smirked. The kid was good but no match for the rakeage. It's over, you have lost. Zetsu merely gulped. Madara wouldn't be pleased if Sasuke died. C ran over to Darui and got him into a sitting position before beginning to heal his wounds. Darui really couldn't move but he could still see. Yo C, did he get him? C was about to say yes when he heard the rakeage yell in frustration. Turning to see what was going on, he saw Sasuke Uchiha on his feet and surrounded by some sort of rib cage? What the hell is that? The captain's eyes widened. The boy was still alive? He turned around to see his reinforcements had arrived and taken up positions behind him. The rakeage backed away a bit from him, intensifying his armor's lightning charge. Is this the power of the Mangekyo Sharingan? Sasuke slowly stood up, looking around him in amazement by the power he had activated merely by panic reflex. He only knew what it was called from Madara's explanation of his powers, the Susanoo. A defensive and offensive technique that would burn anything it touched and protect him from harm, a nigh unbreakable technique. While he didn't do it intentionally, Sasuke was nonetheless pleased with the outcome and smirked towards the rakeage. Now you see the true power of my Sharingan! The Reikage ignored the boy and continued to increase his outward chakra levels, enhancing his power to offset the boy's newfound advantage. C observed the two fighters, taking in what he saw and analyzing it. That must be the Mangekyo Sharingan the kid has in his eyes. The Reikage is increasing his chakra levels so that he can counter the tracking ability with more speed. He is getting very serious. His left eye bleeding from the exertion, Sasuke launched his most recently learned attack at the stationary Reikage, Amaterasu. Holding his place, the Reikage waited until the last second to dodge and sidestep the attack, allowing it to harmlessly go past him and leaving Sasuke open to attack. The blast hit an unsuspecting samurai. The captain ordered the men to put out the flames. She yelled out for them to stop before any reached the ailing man. Don't go near him, those aren't ordinary flames. The samurai looked at him incredulously but did nothing as the man slowly burned to death. The flames go wherever he looks, this is. She was stopped from thinking further as the Reikage launched another attack, preparing to hit Sasuke again. Knowing he could no longer keep up with the Reikage, Sasuke used his chakra reserves and placed black flames around his Susanoo armor. Damn! No matter where the Reikage hits him, Sasuke will be able to have an effective defense. He doesn't even have to keep up with him anymore. She panicked. The Reikage couldn't get through this defense without getting hurt himself. If the doomed samurai who was writhing on the ground was any idea of what Amaterasu could do, the Reikage was in trouble if he touched the black flames. I was in no mood for negotiation though. The boy had lasted long enough and he had to finish the battle before Madara made an appearance. His arm impacted the Susanoo from behind, cracking and opening the unbeatable defense Sasuke had erected around him. It came with a price. His lower left arm had now been caught by the black flames and threatened to engulf his entire arm and body. Not finished yet, A jumped into the air and focused all his lightning and strength into his leg, bringing himself down upon the wounded and immobilized Sasuke. Now away, Reikage-sama, Su whispered, not believing that his leader willingly sacrificed his own arm to hit the kid. He just sacrificed his arm, whoa! Darui muttered, not believing it either. Realizing he was in trouble and unable to reform the rib cage of Susanoo in time, Sasuke again took the pain and activated his right and left eyes again. Black flames shaped as spikes reappeared in front of the downed Sasuke, creating one last obstacle for the Reikage to pass through if he wanted to hit the boy beneath. A showed no signs of stopping, however, knowing that this was maybe the one chance they had to defeat such a powerful opponent that could create a headache for them in the future. C and Darui's eyes widened. He was still going through with it? Reikage, you're going to risk your leg too? Before he could hit the shield of black flames, the Reikage was stopped by a slab of sand that blocked his foot instead. Both the samurai and bodyguards turned their attention to the middle of the room where Gaara had now revealed himself. The sand oozed out from the gourd on his back, signaling that it was in fact he who had interfered. The Reikage quickly pushed away from Sasuke and landed near his bodyguards, glaring at the interruption. Gaara of the Sand, the Kazekage. Sasuke noted from his kneeling position in the crater of rubble, observing the new arrival. Temari made her presence known with a quick attack launched by her war fan at Sasuke. Wind release, Scythe Weasel! Pockets of wind smashed into each other as they raced towards Sasuke, increasing their power by merging with one another. Sasuke easily dodged the attack. He however realized that her plan was only to force him back and not really hurt him. Kankuro used his chakra strings to detach the burning samurai of his armor, effectively saving him from Amaterasu. So that's Amaterasu, Kankuro noted as he threw the armor away from everyone. What the hell are you doing here, Kazekage? If your answer isn't sufficient, I will not forgive you for your interruption. Gaara merely glanced at the Reikage before continuing to stare at Sasuke. If you were to continue your attack, you would lose not only your arm but your leg too. Besides, I needed to talk to Sasuke. The boy in question quirked an eyebrow, wondering what the Kazekage wanted with him. The Reikage merely huffed and turned his attention to his arm, cutting it from the elbow down. He moved what was left of the hand towards C, indicating he heal it. Get to work on the bleeding C. As soon as you are done, I'll attack Sasuke again, She stumbled a bit but quickly moved to begin healing his arm. Your eyes, they are like mine once were. The drive to kill those responsible for the problems and hatred in your life is still strong in your heart, as is your want for power. Sasuke merely listened to the boy, not really understanding what he was trying to say. You cannot solve problems through getting revenge, for it will only bring on more suffering and more revenge. It is still not too late for you to end this and go back to Konoha. Kankuro decided to advise his brother on the lost cause. Gaara, Naruto already tried what you are trying to do. He failed back then. Sasuke's only grown further in his hatred since then. Temari was next. Besides, everyone who he has hurt or affected will call for his blood. By attacking this summit with Akatsuki, he has already signed his death wish. He has no future. Gaara closed his eyes for a moment, deciding to try one last time. Sasuke, even with darkness, there's always a sliver of light. Both of us have been in the darkness for so long, we both are able to see the light better than anyone, that is your chance. Sasuke smirked, coughing up some blood. I have long since given up looking for that annoying light. If darkness gives me what I want, then who am I to find an alternative? That was it, Gaara knew he had lost him. Gaara, Temari warned. Kankuro glanced at his brother, and could see his indecision. This isn't personal, Gaara, you are the Kage now. A single tear fell from his eye, his attempt to bring someone back from the dark, someone precious to his friends, and he had failed. Yeah, I know that. The Sand siblings launched their attacks at the same time while Sasuke struggled to stand up straight. Sasuke defended himself once again with his ailing Susanoo. The ribs were losing their color and size quickly from the brunt of the attacks. Gaara launched a sand strike against him but was blocked by Amaterasu. I see you still have your ultimate defense, Gaara. Sasuke noted. Gaara merely narrowed his eyes, bringing around another strike at Sasuke. Darui got up finally, free from most of the genjutsu's effects. He ran to join the Suna party while she finished up with healing A's arm. Wait, Suna! I'll help, let me attack first then follow up. The Sand siblings merely nodded. Darui went through the correct hand signs and activated his Kekkai Genkai, Storm Release. Storm Release, Laser Circus! A stream of lightning strikes spread from his hands and shot towards Sasuke like water. It was followed closely by the siblings' attacks. Sasuke took the entire attack without moving. A large explosion ensued. A large cloud of dust blew towards everyone, making them cover their eyes as they looked to see if the attack had hit. Their eyes widened in horror as a large skeleton was revealed by the dissolution of the dust cloud. Sasuke stood right inside the rib cage, smirking. My absolute defense is still stronger though, he said with a laugh. The samurai observed the towering monstrosity, never seeing anything like it before. What the hell is that thing? One yelled out, unable to contain his horror. Is this really his power? The power of darkness? Gaara questioned, observing the thing before him. Only those who give themselves to darkness can attain this, the third power of the ultimate Mangekyo Sharingan, full Susanoo. Susanoo? Gaara questioned, never hearing the term before. So there is another power to the Mangekyo Sharingan? Temari asked, getting confused with just what Sasuke could do with those eyes. That Uchiha always has something up his sleeve, Kankuro noted, getting annoyed by his tenacity. Darui, Suna! You have to retreat! She yelled out from his location beside the wreckage. They couldn't handle that thing's power. His sensor ability told him it was some dark power with immense chakra levels. Instead of aiming for the shinobi with Susanoo's arms, Sasuke targeted the pillars that held the roof together. Knowing the building layout the best, the samurai watched in horror as the pillars broke. If that keeps up, the roof will cave! We have to stop him somehow! It was too late, however. The ceiling caved in and allowed a multitude of rocks to fall towards the hapless shinobi and samurai. Not knowing what to do, the samurai ran around in a panic attempting to avoid the falling objects. In the confusion of the collapse, Sasuke collapsed the Susanoo and was joined by an irate Setsu who had to dodge falling rocks to get out. I think it's time we head up top to the Kage, Sasuke. Madara shouldn't be too long now and dash. Sasuke ignored him at first, merely looking at his hands and clenching them. He could feel the strength flowing through him. He wanted more. Why bother? There is a wonderful fight down here and the Raikage obviously wants a piece of me. Zetsu sighed. He now had to play the trump card. You forget I'm a stickler for details, Sasuke. When I was up there, guess who I saw? Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke's eyes widened and he turned on Zetsu, gripping his throat tightly. Not again. Zetsu thought, having enough of being grabbed by the neck today. Take me to him, now! Zetsu obliged him, anything to keep the kid alive until Madara was done with whatever he was doing. The two left the scene right before the Raikage blasted through the rubble with his lightning-imbued hand. She was now free as well and began searching for Darui and the Kage. He found there was no need to though after seeing all four safe under a wall of sand. Sorry, Kage. Darui muttered. Their attack had failed and Gaara had been forced to protect him. The boy did not say anything back. Looking around, Kankuro stated the obvious. Looks like Sasuke got away while we were distracted. I noticed as well, yelling at them to get a move on. We have to get him. He has information on Madara and Akatsuki. Castle of Iron. Top floor. Kage summit. The Kages sat uneasily. They had heard the loud explosion and sound of tumbling rocks down below, and knew something was very wrong. It had gotten very quiet. The bodyguards looked left and right waiting for the attack to come. Kakashi, with his Sharingan, watched as new chakra sources appeared and noted they were now above them. They are here, above us! Everyone shifted their eyes to the ceiling where Sasuke stood alone, looking straight at Naruto with murderous intent. All those gathered glared at the boy who had affiliated himself with Akatsuki. The kid was going to have to die. Naruto took Sasuke's glare as a challenge and shifted his position, slightly bending his knees in preparation. Mifune jumped up from his chair and revealed a hidden sword of his, identical to his fellow samurai countrymen's. It glowed with chakra and attempted to slice Sasuke only to be blocked by Sasuke's lightning-enhanced blade. Not bad. You are not the one I want, old man. Sasuke used his blade to avert the man's weapon away from his center mass, allowing Sasuke to kick him in the stomach. Mifune was sent crashing down to the ground while Sasuke was open to attack. Naruto launched himself into the air and stood on the ceiling along with Sasuke. Kage and bodyguards, stay where you are. I will handle this one. Personally. Everyone's eyes widened at the blonde's declaration. The Akatsuki that stood before them had apparently bested both the Raikage and Kazekage, and he still would take him on. Inoki smirked. The boy was out for glory from his point of view. My hips are hurting me, you all may do as you like. Tsunade and her party stood up, ready to apprehend Sasuke as he was a Konoha criminal first. Stay out of this, Tsunade! She hesitated only for a moment because of Naruto's commanding tone before preparing to jump up again. She only hesitated again because of his eyes. Bachan, please! Tsunade couldn't say no to him after that. She halted in her attack. Mei had stayed silent until now, debating whether to listen to Naruto or throw caution to the wind and help him anyway. Naruto seemed to know her thoughts and looked down at her with a reassuring smile, one of which she returned. She needed no further reassurance. Mei knew Naruto would win. Naruto! Mei called out, bringing his attention back to her. We are getting married soon. If you don't win. Her eyes turned dark and her smile evil. I'll kill you myself. Naruto nervously chuckled and nodded. That's my fiancé, all right. Uzumaki women are crazy. Are you ready, Dobe? Sasuke asked, tired of waiting for his revenge. Naruto turned back to him and readied his swords. His blue eyes pierced Sasuke's red Sharingan. Let's go, team! Chapter 19. Kage Decision. Uzumaki caught in Crossfire. Castle of Iron. Top floor. Kage Summit. Naruto hefted the two swords he was currently holding, deciding it would be better to save his 9-sword style for later. Sasuke did nothing, observing Naruto unlike he had done in the past. Feeling like he would have to start the show, Naruto charged forward and clashed with Sasuke's katana. The swords sparked against one another. Naruto used his double sword combo to overpower Sasuke and push the weapon away, giving Naruto the chance to kick him towards the ground. He chased after him, going through a quick succession of hand signs for his jutsu. Lava release, melting apparition. Naruto shot a stream of lava out of his mouth towards Sasuke, who had just landed on the ground, his Sharingan tracking Naruto's movement. Activating Susanoo, he took the entirety of the lava to his body and dared Naruto to launch an attack at him. To his surprise, he could no longer see Naruto. Looking left and right, he was rewarded by 3 yellow flashes to his sides and front. To his horror, Sasuke saw that his rival had created not only 3 Raisengans but they were nature-infused. Firestorm Raisengan! Naruto plunged all 3 of the red, swirling spheres of fire into Sasuke's ultimate defense. The blast pushed him through a wall into an adjacent hallway. Mei realized what he wanted her to do and quickly launched multiple waves of lava bullets at the broken wall. The lava quickly cooled and formed a barrier. Naruto ran through the doorway into the hall where Sasuke was still recovering from the attack. The Uzumaki quickly blocked all the doors with his own lava attack, effectively closing them inside with one another. Shadow Clone! Naruto created 2 copies of himself, each standing to the right or left of him. Sasuke watched with bated breath. Naruto made the horse hand sign as did his clones. He felt the acidic mist come up from his throat and spread amongst the room. With his clones, the amount of mist and the potential level of acidity would drastically increase, bringing the battle to a close much quicker. Boil release, skilled mist! Sasuke was confused as to what the jutsu actually did until he saw the chakra mist with his Sharingan. Looking towards his Susanoo ribs, he saw them melting, something that should be impossible. Attempting to increase his chakra levels to enhance the Susanoo, Sasuke was met with incredible pain that came from all over his body. The toll on my body is astounding. I'm not sure how much more I can take. Was this how it always felt for those who were able to use it? Naruto smirked. The battle was as good as won now. Sasuke could not disperse the mist and Naruto wasn't about to let him leave. It's melting, you bastard! Sasuke coughed up some blood. The fight with the Raikage was too much. Looks like the Raikage and Gaara really got you, huh? I guess you won't be so much of a challenge after all. Sasuke growled. He would not take these taunts from this Uzumaki. Sasuke once again tried to increase his chakra levels. However, his reserves had already been drained from the last time he used a full Susanoo. Naruto continued to just watch his old rival melt when he felt something on him start to grow. He looked down and saw Zetsu growing on him. The guy was smirking like a man and Naruto could feel his chakras draining. You like to drain chakra, huh? Let's see you drain this. Naruto began to pump Kyuubi's chakra into him. The man's smirk died and was replaced with an agonized look of pain. The leech fell to the ground and twitched like a fish on land for a few moments before dying from chakra poison. On the outside of the wall, chaos ensued as the ninja fought off Zetsu clones. Do you hear those screams, Naruto? Your friends are dying out there. You can't help them while you are stuck in here with me. Sasuke tried to get into Naruto's head, to let him escape from the trap. Naruto merely shook his head. The mind games wouldn't work on him. They were only surprised. I'm sure your friends' clones are being killed as we speak. Don't worry, Sasuke. I'm not leaving until you are a pile of mush. Angered by the blonde's stubbornness, Sasuke charged forward with his katana, intent on killing him. Naruto launched himself forward and met Sasuke in the middle of the hallway. His swords once again smacked against his. The sparks flew from the force of impact. Sasuke's Sharingan allowed him to pick up on Naruto's movements, estimate where he would be and counter with stunning accuracy. Realizing he had to increase his speed or do something as he was losing the sword fight, Naruto threw 5 swords into the air and caught them. This allowed him to now wield 7 swords. Sasuke was intrigued by this. He had not been expecting Naruto to actually use any more than 2 swords. You can't really use that many swords, you imbecile! Naruto smirked. He didn't know just how wrong he was. We'll see about that, Naruto said, slightly muffled with the sword in between his teeth. He launched himself into the air and met Sasuke for a second time. Naruto was the one on the offensive soon enough, and Sasuke was struggling to keep up with the multiple swords that were launched at him. He could akin Naruto's style to a buzz saw. The blades were always spinning, and no matter where he flanked there was always a sword to protect the blonde. Suddenly, Naruto threw the two swords he was holding with his hands up into the air and went through a quick succession of hand signs. I have got to speed this up. He is taking too long to die. Fire release, combustion ash cloud. Sasuke observed the thick smog as it raced towards him. He knew that he would be done for if he was caught in the blaze. Thinking quickly, the black-haired boy gathered up his chakra into his sword and quickly cut a hole through the stone. This allowed him to escape right when Naruto clicked his teeth to activate the explosion, sending rubble and flames into the meeting room. Naruto waited for the smoke to clear before realizing that Sasuke had escaped and that the acidic mist was leaking out of the room. Looks like I'll have to tone it down a bit. He ran outside to find everyone still present, but Sasuke was nowhere to be found. Sensing an incoming presence to his right, Naruto turned in time to duck under a strike that his opponent had been waiting for. Building up chakra in his mouth, Naruto launched a few lava bullets towards Sasuke, who was forced to dodge the projectiles. The attack was accentuated when Mei got up from her chair and broke into a run towards Sasuke, launching her own salvo of lava bullets towards him. Sasuke turned his attention to the newcomer and glared at her with the Sharingan. She returned the gesture with a smirk. "Don't interfere, woman!" Mei grew a tick on her forehead and began to smile wide, a smile that Naruto knew to be anything but friendly. "Oh, so you think you can order me around because I'm a woman, huh?" Sasuke was taken aback by her joyous tone but smirked anyway. "Of course, Uchiha women always knew their place. I don't know what kind backwards clan you come from, but dash." Sasuke was stopped from talking when a well-placed fist sent him flying into the back wall. It cracked from the pressure. Sasuke looked up to find a pissed redhead. Mei was shaking with anger over the boy's insult of the Uzumaki. "Naruto!" The teen in question quickly moved to her side, feeling even stronger now that he was fighting alongside Mei. "I think it's time we try a combination attack. Are you ready?" Naruto looked at her in surprise but nodded anyway. He wanted to know what attack they were going to do though. "All you have to do is summon and then follow my lead." Naruto smirked, biting his finger and preparing the correct hand signs. Sasuke watched and prepared to lunge at them when a Zetsu came up and wrapped himself around Sasuke. He could feel himself becoming stronger with chakra. Zetsu must have been able to absorb chakra from the Kage and their bodyguards while Naruto and I were in the hallway. "It feels so empowering." Naruto and Mei noticed that Sasuke seemed to be growing stronger, and the Susanoo was coming back in full force. "Now Naruto!" He quickly slammed his hand on the ground, and from the puff of smoke came a large, two-tailed lava monkey with steel armor and piercing green eyes. "Uzumaki-sama, I have come as requested. Use your lava with us, we must do it simultaneously." Nodding his assent, the lava monkey began to form hand signs along with Mei and Naruto. "Lava release, molten flood!" The Uzumaki launched a massive amount of boiling lava from their mouths along with the summon. The spray of intense heat immediately melted anything it touched. The other Kage were amazed at such a powerful bloodline. Inoki merely huffed. "Show-offs!" Kankuro and Temari watched on in amazement. "Wow! I didn't know Naruto could do that!" Sasuke brought his hands up in an X to defend himself but was ultimately engulfed in the lava. His Susanoo broke and it looked like he had been caught by the blast. An agonizing scream echoed the room that belonged to Sasuke. Mei and Naruto smirked and complimented the other's move with a high five. They had gotten the snobby Uchiha with their attack. Naruto turned to his summon, who was beating his chest in triumph. The two tails swished behind him excitedly. "Very nice job! May I ask your name?" The monkey turned his head towards the ground to look at Naruto. The monkey was easily 10 feet tall and towered over everyone in the room. "My name is Yoburo. It was a pleasure fighting alongside you, Uzumaki-sama." The monkey bowed before disappearing in a puff of smoke. Naruto and Mei were about to return to their seats when a resounding clapping could be heard throughout the meeting room. Everyone looked to find the source of the applause and landed on a masked man sitting on the bodyguard balcony area. To their disappointment, Sasuke was unconscious and laying face down next to him. Naruto looked his new opponent up and down, surmising that the man in front of him was none other than Madara himself. At this point, Ai and Gaara had arrived with their bodyguards and a throng of samurai behind them. "Bravo Uzumaki-san, that was a wonderful performance. Your Kekkei Genkai is quite a powerful one at that. It could easily be equal to the Sharingan in strength. Now that the colorful introductions are over, I will formally introduce myself to you all. My name is Madara Uchiha." A seemed to snap at sound of this, his glare intensified towards the relaxed leader of Akatsuki. "Why are you here? Have you come here for the Jinchuriki?" Madara merely shook his head to the question. "No, I will capture them all in due time. I have come before you today to tell you of my goal for the world, the Moon's Eye plan. Now dash." Madara was interrupted when an irate Ai charged through the air and launched a fist at his face. Sighing, Madara allowed the man to phase through him, and instead hit the wall. "What the hell?" They heard a say from behind the broken wall. Madara chuckled at his surprise. Naruto's eyes widened as he observed the move. Did the raikage pass through him? How did he do that? "That is Madara's ability?" Kankuro questioned, never seeing anything like it before. Temari seemed to have a bit better of an idea. "Looks like a time-space jutsu. I wonder where he got it though. That was quite an outburst raikage, please calm down. I have no intention of harming you or any of the others gathered here. Well, at least not yet." He said the final part with an evil cackle in his voice, obviously intending it for Naruto and Gaara. Madara slowly stood up and brushed his cloak of any dirt that had fallen on it thanks to the destruction of the wall behind him. He picked up Sasuke by the scruff of his neck and used his time warp jutsu to send him to a safe place for now. A quickly returned to his place near the other Kage and glared at the masked man. "I for one have no intention of listening to you. All Akatsuki are mad with power and must be stopped." Madara pondered this for a second and then shrugged. "That's fine, now why don't you leave while I speak to the others?" Grew a vein on his forehead and looked ready to attack the man again before Darui calmed him down. "Come on, sir, let him speak for now. We have no information on this guy, the best we can do now is observe." I looked at him and said nothing, merely looking at the ground in defeat. "I suppose you are ready now? Then may I present to you ladies and gentlemen dash." Madara was once again interrupted by Gaara. However, he spoke a genuine question to the leader of Akatsuki. "What do you want with Sasuke? Why have you persuaded him to join your side? Is it because you are trying to bring the Uchiha back to their former glory?" Madara looked at him before chuckling a bit at the absurd idea. "Bring the Uchiha back? Why would I want to do that? My own people betrayed me and refused to listen to my words of reason, if you asked me." Madara's revealed eyes slit in anger, and his voice turned cold. "They got what they deserved from Itachi." Everyone's eyes widened. He agreed with the slaughter of the Uchiha? "Wow, cold man." Akatsuki muttered, "It was a little evil to think that way of your own people." "Tell me about it, dude." Madara responded in a sarcastic tone, bringing Akatsuki to look back up in surprise at the man who merely smiled under his mask. He enjoyed to mess with the shinobi before him. "But anyway, Sasuke's ability to use Susanoo means that he is a very rare commodity. You couldn't find Uchiha able to harness it very commonly even back when the villages didn't exist, let alone today. Who would allow such prized eyes to go to waste? I brought my apprentice here with me so that he could train the eyes and further awaken his powers, and I can see he did just that." Naruto cringed. He wished he killed Sasuke when he had the chance now more than ever. "I was actually hoping I could take all 5 Kage as hostages, but I see that he wasn't powerful enough to do that. Oh well, he was able to make the raikage lose a hand, so it wasn't so bad." The Kage in question ground his teeth together in an effort to stay quiet, but was quickly losing the battle. Madara held up his hand in defense towards the Kage's death glare. "I was just kidding, I'm sure you can find another one somewhere. Now anyway dash." He was interrupted again, for what seemed like the 1000th time by a frustrated A. "Gah! You bastard!" Once again, Madara allowed the fast man to phase right through him, making a second hole in the wall behind Madara. The masked man hiked a thumb over his shoulder and asked the Kumo bodyguards a question that was a bit embarrassing. Is he always like this? How do you get anything done? Darui chuckled and scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, the boss is a little excitable sometimes, that's all. C smacked the larger man in the back of the neck, quieting him. Shut up, Darui, he is the enemy, remember? Darui just shrugged. What he spoke was the truth. Why would you want us hostages? Mei blurted out to the distracted man. It brought his attention over to her. Just to make sure that no one strong enough to interfere would be gone during the Moon Eye operation. And I must say. His tone took a more flirty tone, making Mei sick to her stomach. You are quite beautiful, Mizukage-sama. He allowed her honorary suffix to roll of his tongue, bringing a disgusted look onto her face. I'm engaged, thank you. She moved a bit closer to Naruto, who wrapped a protective arm around her. Madara's eye swirled in bemusement. Oh, what a shame! You will become a widow early. That was it. Mei launched a lava bullet right at the man's face, which harmlessly passed through him without any reaction from him. He watched as the blonde Jinchuriki reeled his fiancée back in. She was fighting against him and glaring at Madara with bloody murder. It was obvious she wanted to kill him after that remark. Let me go, Naruto! I'll kill him! Madara chuckled a bit. This was too much fun. Calm down, Meiheim, he isn't going anywhere. Naruto grunted out, trying to restrain his admittedly very powerful wife-to-be. With all due respect to you, why have come here to announce this to us? I remember hearing of your exploits throughout my child and shinobi years. With that kind of power, couldn't you do whatever you want? Inoki asked truthfully. The man was a legend among shinobi in terms of strength and charisma, and also betrayal. Madara turned his attention to the old man and shook his head negatively. After my battle with the Slug Princess's grandfather, Hashirama Senju, I am but a mere shadow of my former self. I can no longer wield the power I once had, and it is impossible for me to gain it back. But that is where the genius of my plan comes from. C spoke up next, trying to get a straight answer about this operation of his. So, with this operation of yours you are trying to bring yourself back to that strength? Madara looked at the young boy and shrugged, indicating he didn't think that either way. Well, it is a way to think of it, but that isn't really what it is about at the same time. Mifune was getting angry by how he alluded to the operation so much without actually telling them the details. Enough of this! Quit beating around the bush and tell us what this Moon Eye operation is. Madara shrugged again. If you would allow me, I would like to take a seat for this. He bended his knees and slowly took a seat on the balcony to get more comfortable. We asked what the hell your plan is. Kankuro yelled out, getting tired of the man's evasiveness. Madara shook a finger at the boy and scolded him. My plan is for all to become one with me, to achieve a perfect form. His Sharingan eye curled with glee from his hidden smile, while the others allowed their eyes to widen. What does he mean, become one? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Inoki asked. He didn't understand the man's thought process. There is a stone monument that reads of the past, of the Sharingan and of the Rikuta Sannin. It is a monument that is kept beneath Konoha to this day. Without a Sharingan, it is impossible to read. With Mangekyo, more is legible, and even further with the Rinnegan. What the hell does this have to do with anything? Get to the point! I yelled out. He just wanted the man to get on with it. Madara merely shook his head in disappointment. Haven't you wondered why we hold the Sannin at such a high regard? Why he is considered a legend? Madara made his voice rise with each word, placing his hands into the air for emphasis. You have the Mangekyo and one of your organization members has the Rinnegan. With those abilities you should have been able to translate it all by now, spill it. Tsunade spoke up for the first time. Yes, let's hear what it had to say. Inoki muttered, not too pleased. He saved the world. From a monster. Gaara and Naruto's eyes widened. What kind of monster? Could it be like their tail beasts? What kind of monster? Gaara spoke up, bringing Madara to look at him. You and your blonde friend Naruto contain a portion of the beast within you right now. All the Biju of the world were combined into one, a monster with the ultimate level of chakra known to us. Everyone listened intently. This monster seemed very powerful. It was called the Jubi. Now it was their turn to become shocked and outraged. That thing was nothing but a myth. Shouldn't the beasts only go up to 9? Akatsuchi muttered, not seeing past what they knew to be fact. Like I said, it was a combination of all 9 into one being. Madara reminded. All of the tailed beasts are made of chakra, pure demonized chakra. They were created by the Rakuta Sennin by dividing the chakra of the Jubi. He explained further after seeing some of them still confused. Wait, does this relate to the reason why Akatsuki is gathering the Biju? Kankuro was getting suspicious. Were they trying to bring the Jubi back? Madara merely continued on with his story, ignoring the comment for now. The Rakuta Sennin created a technique to protect the world from the power and destruction the Jubi would surely bring to us. This technique has been handed down and spread throughout the nations of the shinobi world, a secret technique that is no longer needed. The sealing of Biju. The Rakuta Sennin was the Jubi's Jinchuriki, the world's first human sacrifice. A few gasps or surprised looks were rewarded to Madara. But the power was too great and too evil for it to be contained forever. Upon his death, the Jubi would be able to reign free and terrorize the world. Knowing this right before his death, the Sennin launched the divided chakra across the planet's surface, which then created the 9 Biju. Its actual body was sent where no one could reach it, the sky. It became the moon we now know of today. It was beginning to sound a little too far-fetched at this point. Is something like this really possible? Can a human accomplish that? Darui asked, not really believing the story. Madara shook his head negatively. No, it is because the Sennin was beyond what we could consider human today. His powers were beyond imagining, something you cannot put a definition or standard to, at least not anymore. So you are gathering the 9 scattered pieces of chakra. That apparently came from an ultra-powerful being that is sealed away in the sky. If this is true, what do you plan to do with that power? Mifune questioned. The final question had been asked. I will create the Jubi again. Then I will seal it within me and gain the abilities being its Jinchuriki has to offer. Using its ultimate chakra, I will use a jutsu thought unattainable, an extension of an existing Sharingan power, the ultimate Tsukuyumi. With its power, I will cast a genjutsu over the entire world and have the people bow to me. The one they cast aside as mad, the one they cast aside as evil, I will bring them to their knees. They were taken aback. The man was mad with power. It will be without conflict, without war. The people will be one with me. This is the moon I planned. It was silent only a moment before A yelled out his objection, shattering a chair with his fist. Never! I won't give the world up to the likes of you! A murmuring spread throughout those gathered, all agreeing with the rakage. Peace made through illusion is nothing but that, an illusion. True peace comes from being forged with your own real hands, in reality. Gaara noted, denouncing the man's idea. What do you expect us to find in such a world? It would be devoid of hopes, dreams, family, and love. Who would wish to live in a world like that? Mei attacked him with words instead of fists. Naruto silently agreed along with her. It seems as though you want to unite the world for peace yet take it all for yourself. Anoki noted. Ha! You all denounce my idea, but do you really think you can do better? Decades of conflict between your villages and only now do you unite because of my organization. You are all hopeless. The Kage glared at him for insulting them. Now then, if you would please hand over all your Jinchuriki remaining as to cooperate with my operation, it would be much appreciated. Madara held out his hand for Gaara and Naruto to come along. Either made a move to go forward. Mei stood a bit straighter and moved closer to her fiancé, holding him close, afraid that the man would actually attempt to take him. Naruto merely held her tighter as well, reassuring her that he was going nowhere. The Sand siblings formed around Gaara, intent on keeping him away from the man. Madara noticed the lack of support, and decided to resort to threatening. If you don't, then the only other choice is war. Their eyes widened. War? We will not hand them over, they are people and you are murdering them for your own selfish gains, Mei announced to the party. We will not hand over either the Kage or Naruto Uzumaki, so I suggest you make another offer, Uchiha. Inoki told the masked man, who merely sighed. I may not have all the tailed beasts, but you will find that I have some tricks up my sleeve. Even with a sliver of the Jubi's power on my side, you will lose. Naruto glared at him, deciding now was the time to take the stand. You will not beat us, we can triumph you if we are united. Madara glanced over towards him and rested his head on his hand. Well, I suppose that means that I have to say this now. I declare the Fourth Shinobi War. Are you serious? Tsunade asked, not believing that the man in front of her would be willing to do something so silly as declare the war so great to be the fourth of all the shinobi wars. Believe me, Tsunadeheim, I do not jest when I speak words. She merely growled at the nickname as the rest of the Kage processed the information. I believe I will take my leave now. The next time we meet it will be on the battlefield. With that, Madara sent himself through a portal to his hideout to devise a new plan of attack. Those gathered there still stared at the spot Madara had been in, thinking over what had just happened. War had been declared and a threat not only Jinchuriki but all of the 5 major nations had been made by the leader of Akatsuki, Madara Uchiha. My, what to do now? Inoki muttered to the people gathered, a bit overwhelmed. There is no other way now. We must form an alliance to stand up against Madara. Gaara announced to them all, bringing eyes on him. Remember that Danzo and his ANBU have rebelled and joined Akatsuki. We must incorporate that into the enemy's strength as well. Kakashi noted to the group. I agree, to keep Naruto and my brother safe, we must form an alliance. A agreed with the gathering. The question is though, what to do with the Jinchuriki? His goal is obviously their capture and the extraction of the beast within. How do we stop him from doing that? Inoki asked. Murmurs went through the crowd as they tried to come up with an idea. Naruto made his presence known with his blunt opinion. I'm sure some of you are thinking this, but I refuse to sit on the sidelines during this war just because I hold the Kyuubi inside of me. I can fight. That much is obvious, and I have killed Akatsuki before, so I refuse to hide like a rat until the war is done. Mei decided to stand by her fiancé on this one. She trusted in his ability. I agree with Naruto, he is easily the most powerful shinobi in my village next to me. It would be foolish to hide him away. We can use him and the other Jinchuriki who are capable in the war. A turn towards Gaara, who had been silently thinking until now. Kazekage? You are also a current host, what is your stance? Gaara looked at A and closed his eyes, relaying his verdict. I stand beside Naruto, we will support the war just as our shinobi will do. It wouldn't be right for my people to have to sacrifice their lives to protect me when I am supposed to do the same for them instead. Kankuro and Temari smirked, that was their Gaara. My brother will not listen to me when it comes to strategy, so he is out of the question as a fighter. I can think of a way to subdue him though. A simple vacation to our secure islands will suffice, I think. A thought out loud, his brother was quite rebellious. Then we will just have to secure a select number of Jinchuriki for now, make sure they are safe. Then we can formally start making battle plans, correct? Naruto asked. All there agreed with that. Yes, there are still a few Biju unaccounted for that must be secured for the good of the world. I will find my brother and get Yujito somewhere safe. She might be a bit difficult, however. Mei stepped up next with Kiri's responsibility. We have 2 unaccounted for tailed beasts. Uzuchikata of the 6 tails, he is a wanted criminal that my ANBU have been tracking for some time. He will be the easiest to apprehend. Then there comes the 3 tails. Apparently it survived the death of its Jinchuriki and is still alive somewhere. We have no information on where it is at the moment. As soon as we arrive back in our village, I will begin to send out search teams for it, and send my best shinobi to apprehend Uzuchikata. The other Kage nodded to this, agreeing with her course of action. That does it for the Jinchuriki, I suppose. What now? Anything else to say before we part ways? Inoki asked the group. His back ached and he wanted to go home. We must decide on a leader for the alliance. Mifune reminded, bringing everyone back to the argument of who would lead the unstoppable coalition. You were pointing out all our flaws a minute ago. Why change your mind about us now? Mifune stroked his beard, attempting to find the right choice. I believe that the Raikage would be the best option. The ability to have the 8 tails on our side is important, and if he is the only one who could control him, then it would be a mute point to pick anyone else. His village has also shown enough loyalty, or at least chivalry, in not joining Akatsuki or bolstering their ranks with their missing nin. I thought you said he was too emotional. Anoki countered, angry that he changed sides so easily. In times of stress, which these were, the Raikage acted with much emotion. It is obvious that this is not always his behavior, though. Forgive me for my first analysis. Anoki merely huffed in defeat, and bowed to those gathered. I will do my best to lead you all to victory over Akatsuki. Now we must hurry to our tasks. Upon their completion or any new information is gained on Akatsuki, we will schedule a new meeting between us. I looked into each one of their eyes to show his level of seriousness. A meeting to discuss war. The Kage gave their final salutations and goodbyes, embarking once again for their countries of origin to rally their villages behind them. Amigakure. Meeting place. Madara appeared with a beaten and burned Sasuke over his shoulder before he dropped him onto the cold floor. A loud crack came from the boy's body as it hit the hard ground. Madara looked up to see Danzo and Zetsu both sitting in seats waiting for him to tell them what happened. How did it go, Madara? Danzo asked with a curious tone. Madara walked over to the table and sat in his chair. It went all right. We are now at war. It was as I expected. The Kage are fools to think they can actually stand against me, yet they try anyway. The now united Zetsu spoke up. It is as you expected, my lord, but what will we do for troops? Madara pondered this, looking out a nearby window and watched the rain pelt the glass. I think I will visit my old home, see if they miss me. A hidden smile curled upon his face, his Sharingan twirled in excitement. Konan had listened to the meeting and quickly flew back to report what she had heard. Moving swiftly with her paper transformation, Konan arrived at Pain's hideaway. While still members of Akatsuki, both had been left out of many of the major developments so far, and it was bringing Nagato much grief. Pain, I have returned. The ringed purple-eyed man turned towards her, his face covered in an assortment of piercings. What have you found, Konan? She sighed. It was as they feared. Madara has declared war on the Kage at the summit and is out to get the rest of the Jinchuriki. He still works alongside Danzo. I'm afraid that it wasn't a rumor as much as we both wish to believe. Pain looked at the ground. His emotionless mask was about ready to fall at just the thought of the man who had killed Yahiko. Then I suppose it is time we acted. Pain turned to face his longtime friend since childhood. Konan, find the one called Naruto Uzumaki. I wish to speak with him. Kirigakure. Village Gate. A few days after the summit. Naruto and company walked slowly up to their village gate, happy to be back home in their native land instead of the cold and snowy iron. Walking up to the gate, they noticed that there were no gate guards or anyone to welcome their scheduled arrival. They looked at one another. It was strange, and strange meant only one thing in the shinobi world: dangerous. Moving through the streets, they were met with almost no life at all. It was as if half the city had just up and left while they had been away. Arriving at the Mizukage building, they saw none of the usual guards, and it even looked as though the place had come under attack. Smoke and scorch marks lay around the outside, and what could have been dried blood lay untouched on the ground. Going on alert, the three began to move slowly towards the door when Naruto sensed something from behind. A Kiri shinobi was dashing towards them, a blue mask denoting they were an ANB that was meant to guard the Mizukage. Welcoming the arrival, Naruto saw that the man did not stop. Instead, he pulled out a kunai and threw it at Mei's back. Anger swelled through Naruto, who quickly moved and caught the kunai before throwing it right back at the shinobi, who had not been expecting such quick reflexes and was hit in the chest. By then Mei and Chojuro had turned around to see Naruto having thrown a kunai at a missed shinobi. Naruto, what are you dash? Mei questioned him, but he merely pointed towards the dying man. He tried to throw a kunai at you. You couldn't expect it because his chakra was so familiar. You expected him to be friendly. This man is a traitor. Mei's eyes widened as she looked at the man who was beginning to take shallow breaths. Damn right, Kyo-sama was right. About you, Uzumaki. Bunch of pigs. Naruto and Mei's eyes widened. Kyo? Naruto was upon the man in a second, gripping his shirt tightly as he grilled him for information about what had happened. What do you mean, Kyo? He is in prison. And why did you attack the Mizukage? You are a traitor if you are attempting to kill her. The man chuckled a bit, although it was hampered by his wound. Kyo has been freed. He told us all about you and your people with your atrocities and warmongering. Kyo has shown us the truth about you, Uzumaki. That's why. The man's voice was fading fast. Naruto wanted to know what he was about to say, so he shook him one last time to keep him conscious. Why what? Tell me. Naruto took off the mask and found the man coughing up a significant amount of blood. A deadly evil smirk was on his face though as he faced his final hour of life. That's why. We are going to kill all bloodline users. The purges have already begun. The man whispered the final word, his last breath taking the air right out of the three shinobi's lungs. Purges? No. The people wouldn't do that. They wouldn't. Mei couldn't believe it. Kiri was going back into what she had striven so hard to get away from. Tears welled up in her eyes and she could find no words. Damn him! Damn him! Naruto beat the dead body below him, taking his anger out on the madman Kyo with what he had done. He had played a final trick, a revenge card on the Uzumaki, and they were too far away to do anything about it. Mizukage-sama, Naruto. Both turned towards the quiet Chojuro, who was unsure what to say to help them. He was on their side 100% though. He said that the purges were beginning. That means we may still have some time, I think, right? Naruto and Mei's eyes widened. He was right. They could still stop it from happening. Let's go. We have to find the bloodline users before they kill them, Naruto announced, taking off into a run for the village center. If they were to make an example of someone, they would do it there. Mei and Chojuro followed closely behind. All three had to stop a genocide-driven man, 2 Kage-level shinobi against the whole village. A piece of cake for the two most powerful Uzumaki. Chapter 20. Mass Exodus. The noose is broken. Kirigakure. Streets. Naruto ran through the abandoned streets of Kiri with his heart ringing in his ears. The panic of the sheer size of the situation was getting to him. He observed from the city's disheveled look that the bloodline users had been literally dragged from their homes, with a fight often, and taken somewhere. The blonde especially hoped that he was correct, that it was to the city center, because if he was wrong, it could cost them thousands of lives. How could the people do this? I was sure that Mei's reign had proven that the Uzumaki were friends to Kiri, not enemies. What will we do now? Speaking of Mei, Naruto looked over his shoulder to take a quick glance towards his fiancée. She had been taking this especially hard because of the amount of time and effort she had spent on gaining the people of Kiri's trust, only to have it all be thrust back into her face. Naruto turned to see Chojuro keeping pace even with his large sword out. The boy had a look of determination Naruto had not seen since his training with the older boy. Chojuro! The boy looked at Naruto curiously from his outburst. I know you want to help us find the bloodline users, but I have a different mission. It's just as important. The blue-haired boy seemed curious about the new mission and nodded for the boy to go on. What mission, Naruto? Mei listened in as well, curious about the mission and also proud her Naruto was taking charge of the situation. I need you to gather as many loyal shinobi as you can and bring them to the square to support us. We have to know who is on our side, or else we will just be killing each other senselessly. Chojuro pondered it for a moment before he smiled and nodded, jumping onto a roof that veered off to their left. Don't worry, Naruto, Mizukage-sama, I'll go get help. Good luck. Good luck, Chojuro. Mei called out in support of the boy. Hurry, Chojuro. Naruto urged him on as he left their sight. It was night time and very dark that night. Do you think he will really find help, Naruto? I mean, if it really has gotten this bad, can there really be any loyalists left? Naruto slowed his run so that he was next to Mei and gave her an encouraging smile, one that threatened to spread to her face as well. We must have faith that our friends still believe in us. I think that it really must have been the civilians that were aroused by Kyo's apparent speeches instead of the shinobi. It'll be fine, Mayheim, you'll see. Naruto's soft voice reached her ears and reassured her. She grabbed his hand and interlocked their fingers. Promise me that we will get out alive with the Uzumaki, Naruto. I don't think I can stay here any longer even if I was welcomed. I want to go home. Naruto's face was one of shock. She really wanted to go back to Yuzu. Mei, do you really mean that? I mean, you have lived here since the dissolving of Yuzu. Are you sure you don't want to fight for Kiri any longer? Mei merely shook her head, a smile gracing her features. I tried so hard to gain the people's trust, to show them that an Uzumaki wasn't always an evil person. It appears now that I have failed. They are just as impressionable as when Madara was still in power. I think it's time we bring our people home, don't you think? Who knows? Maybe I could be calling you Uzukage-sama soon. Naruto's surprise was soon replaced with a warm smile, and he squeezed her hand and kissed her cheek as they continued to run to their destination. I think it's a wonderful idea, Mayheim. Now, we just have to hope they will come with us instead of dying here for a place that no longer cares about them. The two picked up their pace to reach the city center, to which they were nearing quickly. They were in for a shock by what they saw. Kirigakure. City center. Kyo stood on a raised platform overlooking the large square where there was quite a crowd before him. Ninja loyal to him stood on rooftops or corners of the square, safely hidden in the shadows until they were needed. He had just finished giving yet another rousing speech with the announcement that the final guests had arrived and were heading their way now. The vast majority that stood before him were not the angry and disgruntled citizens he had for support. Instead, they were mostly bloodline users that were isolated in the center of the square. They were bound with their hands and feet tied, and all were facing Kyo as he prepared to give them their death sentence. They too stood on a raised platform made completely of wood. Citizens with torches stood by to light the extremely flammable straw and wood to burn the bloodline users. Just have to wait a little longer for the final two to arrive. Naruto and Mei Uzumaki, you have underestimated me for the last time. Kyo thought with a triumphant smirk. His plan was foolproof. He was soon rewarded with the two shinobis' arrival at the southern entrance, and he began to clap for their presence. This brought attention to him, and then to the place where he was looking. A silence was brought onto the crowd as they observed Mei and Naruto run into the center of the square to see what had been done. Their eyes widened when they saw the hundreds of bloodline users in neat rows and all tied together. Even the children were present amongst them as they waited to die. Upon their arrival, the vast majority of the bloodline users did not cringe at those who had apparently gotten them into the mess but smiled. Almost all Uzumaki descendants knew the truth behind the Mizukage and her fiancé, and knew what Kyo said was not true. Mei and Naruto were there to rescue them. A loud cheer began to arise from the bloodline users. Mizukage-sama! Mizukage-sama! Help us! The people have gone mad, you must do something! One of the great swordsmen have arrived, we are saved! Naruto and Mei felt a rush of confidence as the people cheered their names and focused their attention on the threat that was Kyo. The man had finished his clapping and instead settled for smiling in their direction, something that made both very angry at him for his gall. Mizukage-sama, Naruto, so nice to have you back in the village! I hope the Kage summit was productive? We have made so much progress here, as you can see. Now if you would so kindly join your compatriots on the platform, it would be much appreciated. He made fun of them with his sarcastic tone and practically begged for them to defy his order. Kyo! What is the meaning of this? You should be in jail for the grounds of dash. Mei was interrupted by an annoyed Kyo. He was not going to allow her to bad-mouth him in front of so many people. I should be in jail for what? Because I spoke out against you? Because I pointed out real flaws in your little plan for Uzumaki dominance? No, I should be hailed as a hero. The people of Kiri can see this, why can't you? Mei and Naruto both were shocked at this man's audacity, and how much he had clouded the people's judgment. The angry civilians looked to their new Mizukage for support and orders and found him to be looking at them all with a reassuring smile. I know you have all waited so long to rid yourself of the Uzumaki and the bloodline users. He looked into all their shimmering eyes, smiling at how his plan was now coming to a head. You may fulfill that wish now, set fire to those who dilute us. Those whose blood only brings pain and suffering. The citizenry all smiled and threw their torches onto the pyre, bringing the flames to come alive within the straw. Naruto and Mei watched in horror as the people on the platform began to squirm for escape and knew they had to do something. Just as they were about to do a water jutsu to put out the fire, the rebel Kiri shinobi leaped down and enacted their final trick. Going through multiple hand signs simultaneously, over a dozen of the masked shinobi slammed their hands into the ground and erected a purple barrier around the Kage-level shinobi. Multiple infinite embrace. Naruto and Mei felt their chakra being absorbed by the strange barrier, their strength being sapped away. Every moment that passed by, more weight of gravity was increased on them, bringing Mei and soon enough Naruto to their knees. Mei couldn't take the excruciating pain for long and let out a loud scream. The shriek brought much terror to the Uzumaki and her fiancé. Mei! Naruto crawled closer to her and held her hand for support, barely fighting against the force pressing against him. He knew he had to do something and fast, or else Mei wouldn't last long with the force being exuded against them. Just as he was thinking of a way out of the predicament, he felt Mei's hand squeeze his own lightly, and he looked down to see her face. She wore a smile that was hampered by the pain that crossed her face. It was a scene Naruto could not bear to see. Naruto, save them! Save the bloodlines, you must! Hurry! Her raspy voice barely came to his ears. The sheer gravitational weight had effectively made it hard for her to take breaths, and she was losing sight fast. Stay with me, Mei! You have to stay awake! She merely smiled as she slowly closed her eyes and allowed sleep to envelop her, possibly for the last time. Please, Naruto, you are the only one who can do it. The only one that can win. Her last thoughts were of hope for her fiancé before she succumbed to unconsciousness. Naruto looked at her body that was pressed against the ground. Her hand no longer had any strength on his and it fell limp to the ground. His face went from shock and fear to complete and utter hatred for the shinobi before him, all culminating in the man that stood smiling on the platform in front of him. No. You took her away. You took her away from me, my love, my fiancé. I'll kill them all. Naruto let out a mighty roar as his emotions led to Kyuubi's chakra to rush through him and engulf him in a cloak of 5 tails. No longer did the Kyuubi reign supreme over his emotions as he did in Naruto's youth. It was now Naruto that was willingly calling on the fox's chakra to bring ruin on his enemies. The rebel shinobi passed glances amongst each other fearfully. They were terrified of the transformation that was happening before them. You killed her! I'll kill you all! Naruto let out one last mighty roar before sending a demon-enhanced punch right through the purple wall before him, shattering it in a single attack. The shinobi looked like they were prepared to fight him before he brought up his claws and slashed right through a man's midsection, leading him to fall apart at the waist. Some attempted to run but were soon crushed by a chakra fist or tail launched from the cloak. None would escape. One attempted to stab him with his kunai only for the weapon to be blocked by the cloak. The man struggled for a moment to attempt to push deeper before Naruto turned to face him and gathered up both chakra and his own blood for an attack. Fearful, the man dropped his kunai and ran only to hear Naruto say the jutsu's name. Tailed Beast Power! Menacing Ball! The large ball soon transformed into a beam of white light that enveloped the man and the buildings behind him, engulfing them in an epic explosion that decimated that part of town. The citizens that had been humbly watching their enemies burn were now running in fear of the monster that really had no wish to hurt them at all. Remembering Mei's final request to him, Naruto gathered up chakra and went through a succession of hand signs. Water release, great waterfall. A large amount of water appeared over Naruto's head in the form of a flood and doused the flames on the large square platform. While many would have some sort of burns, the entirety of the bloodline users had been saved by Naruto's quick save. Focusing his attention now on the platform, Naruto now saw with horror that Kyo had taken a hostage. Mei, no! The woman was awake but groggy, still recovering from the loss of such a high amount of chakra. Kyo held her by the waist with a kunai to her throat. He was eyeing Naruto dangerously. Step back or else your precious fiancé dies. Take that damn cloak off too, you bastard Jinchuriki! Knowing he had little choice, Naruto backed up a few steps and disabled his cloak. With the boy's features now returning to normal, Kyo now had the chance to kill both the problems with one fell swoop. Naruto saw Kyo's muscles tense and moved to his thigh for a three-pronged kunai, hoping he wasn't too late. Kyo began to slide the kunai across the Kage's neck, releasing a large amount of liquid from her body at once. Naruto's eyes quivered for a moment as he watched the true death of his fiancée in front of his eyes, not truly believing what he was witnessing. Then, he noticed something and wanted to smile at her actions. The Mei in front of him was not bleeding blood, but releasing water. What the hell? A water clone! Kyo had apparently noticed too, but not quick enough, as Naruto quickly appeared to his right and Mei to his left. Boil release, Mist Vortex! Naruto and Mei both released a large amount of acidic mist but moved their hands around to slowly form the almost invisible substance into a raging vortex. Boil release combined with shape manipulation? Impossible! Kyo's eyes widened at their attack. He had never seen an Uzumaki do this before. Kyo was powerless as he was stuck in the middle of the acidic mist maelstrom, unable to do anything but scream in agony as his skin melted away. Naruto and Mei finished the attack by suddenly stopping their jutsu and sending a burned Kyo up into the air before they began their final attack. Naruto held up one hand and began to focus his chakra into a swirling ball. Soon enough a blue Rasengan had formed. He placed the other hand above it and began to feed his lava element into the equation, further enhanced by Mei laying her hand over his and sending chakra through to the growing sphere. The Rasengan quickly transformed from blue to a dark crimson. The chunky jello of lava swished and swirled in the rotation that remained and had a low gravely whine. Naruto launched himself into the air with Mei's help and met Kyo's torso with the attack, yelling out its name with finality to the death of an arch-traitor. Lava release, Magma Rasengan! The ball impacted the man's stomach and began to melt his entire body into the swirling mass, leaving nothing behind as Naruto fell back down to earth. He landed with a thump and could barely stand after using so much chakra so quickly. Mei moved to support him. He looked at her with tears practically falling out of his eyes. Mei was concerned as to why he was so worried. Naruto, are you dash? She was stopped from further talk as Naruto smashed his lips to hers, instantly making Mei forget about their surroundings and place her arms around his neck. Naruto's tongue probed her mouth with hunger. The sight of her so-called death made Naruto wish to cherish the moment for as long as he could. Mei moaned from his ministrations, taken away with pleasure from his spontaneous attack on her taste buds that she could do nothing but allow him entranced to her mouth. Naruto broke the kiss only to plant more and more light kisses all over her face, leading her to giggle and push him away a bit. Naruto, what has gotten into you? Naruto merely smiled at hearing her playful, flirty voice fill his thoughts again. For a time he had thought he would no longer hear it. I thought you had died. Back in the chakra barrier, I almost lost control because I thought you died. Mei's smile disappeared when she heard this and rubbed his cheek with her hand, a sign of comfort from her. You know that I'm stronger than that, Naruto. I only lost consciousness from the pressure, that was all. Now come on, we still have to save these people. Naruto smiled and nodded. They moved to the pyre and began work on freeing everyone. Multi-shadow clone! Dozens of Naruto clones appeared and began to work on the bloodline users' bonds, quickly freeing the mass of people. Naruto and Mei stood before those gathered. The entirety of the betrayed Kiri civilians stood before them now. The small children huddled to their mothers and fathers in fear of the others. The parents just smiled and told their children everything would be alright. Don't worry, darling, that's the Mizukage and her bodyguard. They will protect us. The Mizukage is with us, Shiro, don't worry about anything. You see that man there? He is one of the legendary swordsmen of the village. Everything will be alright with him here. Naruto and Mei listened in on their whispers of comfort. The children's eyes wandered towards them and shined in wonder. Mei cleared her throat to gain attention from the crowd and allowed her leadership abilities to take over. I'm glad we could rescue you all in time. My fiancé and I are going to get you all outside of Kiri, and from then on, it will be your choice whether you wish to follow us or not. My other bodyguard has been sent to find more loyal shinobi. We will wait here until they arrive. The Uzumaki looked amongst themselves, curious as to where the two were headed. Mizukage-sama, where are you headed after we leave Kiri? She heard someone call out. She smiled and took the Mizukage hat from her waist where it had been tied. I am no longer the Mizukage. She dropped her hat on the ground to be left there, eliciting numerous gasps from the crowd. She merely continued to smile as she glanced at Naruto. We have decided it's time to head home, to raise our children where they belong. Naruto and I are going to live in Uzugakure. If hearing the Mizukage step down from her position was surprising, hearing the resurrection of their old home took the cake. What? But I thought we were forbidden to resettle Yuzu? Why would we go back to that island? Are you really going to walk away from Kiri, Mei-sama? Mei smiled as she looked towards Naruto and moved closer towards him, interlocking their fingers as a show of their love. The people's eyes softened. Their leader was truly happy being with the man she loved so very much. I no longer wish to be a leader. I only wish to be a good wife and an even better mom. Mei rubbed her belly lovingly as the people gathered gasped again. Their Mizukage was pregnant. Wow! I can't believe it! Good for you, Mei-sama! Naruto gripped her by the waist tightly and held her close, allowing Mei to snuggle into his shoulder and bask in the applause they were receiving. Naruto cleared his throat to speak next, and the people quieted down. Now that you all know our intentions, it is best to decide where you will go now. We don't want you to feel obligated to come with us because, really, we don't expect any of the Uzumaki here to wish to reform the clan. I will tell you though that in our absence, our old friends the lava monkeys have been reconstructing Yuzu and waiting for our return. But in the end, whether you wish to stay or go is up to you. Now I think it's about time we dash. Naruto was interrupted by a loud gush of air coming from behind him and came face to face with dozens of shuriken headed straight for the crowd. Thinking quickly, the two Kage-level Uzumaki combined their Kekei Genkai into a stronger technique to block the attack. Lava release! Lava wall! The bloodline users watched in amazement as their old Kekei Genkai was harnessed, something they had nearly given up on using for the past 30 years. As the wall crumbled, Naruto and Mei came face to face with at least a dozen enemy shinobi. Their Kiri headbands with slashes through them showed their true colors, rebels to the current Mizukage. I think that is enough of your taint of our land. The time for your death is now. One of them shouted as they began to go through hand signs for an attack. Naruto and Mei knew it would be difficult to protect the civilians while they fought. They had to weigh their options carefully on how to proceed. It looked as though the shinobi before them would give them no chance as they charged forward with the intent to kill the bloodline users. Readying themselves for battle, Naruto and Mei relaxed when they heard a familiar voice break through the silence of the tension. Hiramakari unleashed! The Kiri shinobi stopped their charge when they heard the attack name, and turned to face the oncoming jutsu. A large anvil had taken shape around Chojuro's sword and slammed into the enemy shinobi, scrambling them across the battlefield. Numerous other shadows sprouted from the darkness behind Chojuro and moved to finish off the ailing rebels, killing them without remorse as they lay wounded on the ground. Chojuro! Naruto and Mei called out, never so glad to see their friend arrive right at the nick of time. The boy scratched his head in embarrassment from all the attention and walked over to the two. Hee, looks like I made right in time, I think. Naruto smiled and patted the blue-haired boy on the shoulder. He was too bashful for his own good. We couldn't have done it without you, Chojuro. Mei took notice of the dozens of other Kiri shinobi standing behind Chojuro. She even thought she spied Ao amongst them. Are these the loyalists, Chojuro? The boy nodded and stepped aside for her to view them. She was somewhat disappointed by the number compared to the hundreds of battle-ready shinobi she once had. Ao stepped forward and bowed to her, still not knowing she had renounced her place as their leader. Mizukage-sama, I tried my best, but it seems Kyo was able to gain the people's favor while you were away. When they decided to strike tonight, they also attacked key military strong points against us that remained loyal. The surprise raids cost us dearly. Nearly 50% were killed while another 10% rebelled to their side during the fighting. We are all that is left. Ao looked down in shame. He was not able to serve her as well as he had thought. Mei merely smiled and patted the man on the shoulder, raising her voice so that all could hear. It's all right, Ao, you tried your best. I'm proud all of you were able to survive and have decided to stay on my side, but I have news that may disturb you. I am stepping down from my position as Mizukage in favor of leaving with my fiancée to live in Uzugakure. The Kiri shinobi went wide-eyed. Their Mizukage was leaving them? No! Why Mizukage-sama? We need you to fight with us so we can win! Mei chuckled and patted her stomach again, bringing attention to it from the shinobi gathered. Now would you still ask me to fight if you knew I was pregnant? With Naruto's child? I merely wish to get married and live life with my husband and children in a place that is safe. Naruto has promised that we will live peacefully in Yuzu and I trust him with my life. I cannot ask you all to come with me, for that would be selfish of myself to think that all of you would wish to join us. I also know that some of you may have family here that turned against me, further reasoning for you to stay. Please know that neither Naruto or I hold anything against you. Now I believe it's time we leave this place. Mei and Naruto waved for everyone to follow and began to quickly move through the city and ride out the front gate with little resistance. A few shinobi elected to stay behind and set up a resistance movement as the rest decided to head to Uzugakure with the Uzumaki. The bloodline users also decided to join in the mass exodus to Yuzu. They were enthralled by Naruto and Mei's talk of peace and prosperity there and wished to see its beauty for themselves. They all boarded boats and set sail for the isle that was just a few hundred miles across the ocean from Kiri. The journey would only take them a few days. Naruto and Mei stood on the deck of one of the transport ships, reflecting on the long day as they stared up into the full moon. It brought a strange calm over them, leaving their thoughts to wander from the present to the future, and what it would bring for them and their clan. They looked at one another with love pouring out of their eyes. The couple shared a kiss under the moon. It was passionate, for they knew that whatever would happen, their love would never change. Kirigakure. Madara and company arrived just as the Uzumaki left the square. The Akatsuki had observed the fights and rescue of all the bloodline users and found it quite amusing to see the exodus of the clans as they turned tail and ran. Madara looked over to the stage where Kyo once stood. Now only ashes remained for the people of Kiri to look at as a leader of the so-called rebellion. Madara then spotted something on the ground that brought a conniving smile to his lips. He walked slowly over to the object and picked it up, dusting off any rock or soot that had gotten onto its regal features. The old Mizukage then placed the Kage hat over his head. A feeling of euphoria enveloped him as he remembered his days as third Mizukage. The feeling of power, respect, and the ability to rule over a village with an iron fist brought him a sense of confidence in his plans and elation to his esteem as he walked towards the ruined Mizukage suite. He hummed a quiet tune as he was followed by his entourage of shinobi, the smile never leaving his masked face. Happy birthday to me! Hello Kirigakure, I'm back! With the power vacuum opened once again with Kyo's death, Madara was ready to take up the throne of the Rokudame Mizukage himself. He would then have his army and his village back. The next step was the world and to kill the meddling Uzumaki before they could become any stronger. Time skip, 3 days later. Yuzu Island. Shores. Naruto and Mei's refugee group settled their boats on the white sand, allowing the natural barrier to be the wooden contraption's anchor. The older Uzumaki looked around forlornly, as if memories of their childhood days living there were now resurfacing. The children reacted in wonderment to the signs of wildlife and the tropical forest. They had never seen such things before. Chojuro came up along with an entourage of Kiri shinobi to Naruto and Mei, who were standing at the tree-line of the forest. Naruto-koi, are you sure you can find the way? Naruto nodded. He remembered his way thanks to what Yamera had told him the first time he had visited. Yep, I can lead us there. Shouldn't take us too long either. Mei turned to notice Chojuro and smiled at the younger ninja. he did the same to her. Yes, Chojuro? Is everyone alright? We were in a bit of a rush to leave and many were unable to get all their belongings. The boy merely shook his head. The people had surprisingly not complained as much as they had been expected to. It's not that, Mei-sama, we were just wondering, are we still a part of the alliance with the other villages? Naruto and Mei looked at each other with doubt. Now that she had been ousted, Kiri technically did not stand within the alliance. No, Chojuro, we are no longer a Kiri fighting force, so we are not in the alliance. However, if we decide to start up a village here, namely Uzugakure, then maybe we could reapply for a seat in the joint shinobi force when we are ready. The men shifted uncomfortably, not used to being leaderless in an unknown land. I was just asking because, well, everyone wanted to know who was in charge. We all look to you for guidance, but now that you are not the Mizukage, we wish to know who the leader is. Mei smirked and turned towards Naruto, who had a good idea of what she was thinking. Well, my husband-to-be here is my leader. I'm not sure if you are willing to follow him or not, but if you give him your support, we may call him the Uzukage. That is, if you are willing to serve Uzugakure as you did Kiri? The men looked amongst themselves in indecision. The choice was a difficult one. While they trusted Mei and Naruto, to let go of their home was a difficult thing. They knew little to nothing about the Uzumaki or the island and did not know how well they would fit in. The conversation had been announced to the people as well, and many of the Uzumaki came up and smiled to the couple. We are willing to follow Naruto-san if he truly wishes to lead us. His accomplishments have been lauded amongst both Uzumaki and Kiri citizen alike, and his knowledge of this island and our customs is second only to yours, Mizukage. Many of the men gathered here still have access to their bloodline, as do some women. I'm sure if an Uzumaki was to lead us, they would be willing to enlist in the village again. Everything was going so fast for them. They wanted him to be leader? The Shodai Uzukage? Now wait a minute, everyone, I'm not leader material. I have no leadership capability like Mei does. How can I be a leader of a village? Mei smiled, rubbing his cheek with her hand in an attempt to comfort him. Don't worry, Narukoi, you forget that I am willing to help you in your duties until you get a hang of them. The people here trust you with their lives since you saved them. I have trusted you with my life since I first met you. The shinobi here honor and respect you. We stand united beneath your leadership, Naruto. Your influence is greater than you think. We support you all the way, right? She turned around to see the citizens and shinobi bow to Naruto and Mei, something that shocked them both. The citizens raised their arms in praise and shouted at the tops of their lungs in celebration. The young children clapped and clapped for the two still standing, not really sure what to make of the party going on. Shodai Uzukage! Naruto Uzumaki! Shodai Uzukage! Hooray for Yuzu! The Uzumaki have returned! Naruto couldn't believe what was going on in front of him. The people. They wanted him to lead. He would be a Kage, not the Hokage like he always thought in his youth, but the Uzukage, something that sounded even better now. But he was still unsure, so he held up his hands for quiet. The people noticed and lowered their shouts to mere whispers. I don't know what to say. Thank you all for your support. I'm still not sure I'm the right choice, but I will do my best if it truly comes to me being the leader of you all. Naruto took a bow in front of them all, shocking them with his modesty and level of respect to the people before him. Now let's not worry about this for now. We need to go see our new homes. The people cheered as Naruto led them into the jungle. Their worries had been allayed by their new leader with such a simple speech and bow. The future was uncertain for the people of Yuzu, but they had an ambitious goal and the comings of a great leader in the shape of Naruto Uzumaki. He was the true rebirth of the Uzumaki. Their leader had returned. Chapter 21. Getting Settled, the Uzumaki Rebirth. Yuzu Island. Uzugakure. Naruto walked through the Genjutsu barrier with ease. The large group of refugees slowly flowed through behind him, dumbstruck that they had just arrived in the village. One moment they had been following Naruto, and the next he disappears into thin air with the forest. Mei came up behind him and widened her eyes at the splendor of their new home. This was the first time she had been there since her birth. Combined with Naruto's description, the place was grander than she could imagine. Naruto looked at her and smiled. glad that she was so happy about their new home as he was. He turned around and addressed the growing crowd that stayed right at the gate of the village, afraid to walk any farther into the unknown place. By seeing their new leader in front of them smile, they all began to smile with confidence as well. We all have had quite a journey to get here. There has been heartache, loss, and insurmountable grief over this exodus. Naruto looked down, tears shimmering in his eyes over those they had lost to get there. Countless Kiri shinobi died because of them. With their leader crying, the others began to feel tears well up in their own eyes. As the people began to cry for those lost, Naruto wiped away his and his fiancée's tears. A smile had come over his face. But we now see the fruits of their sacrifice. Through their loss and our famous determination and strength, the Uzumaki are united again under one banner. The Hyo and Ranmura have even graced us with their presence, further strengthening us. With my fellow shinobi here, we will forge a better tomorrow, one that will allow us to have peace for all. The people looked up at the Uzukage as he made the speech, feeling confidence and pride rush through them at his words. The crowd began to cheer and applaud Naruto as he turned around and began to lead the civilians and shinobi through the main street of Uzugakure. The people began to disperse as they entered the empty buildings and chose their rooms. Houses and apartments alike were soon filled without much fuss at all. Little had changed since Naruto's last visit. All the buildings were still in their spiral shape that extended to the heavens and were in the vibrant colors of black, red, and orange. Mei and Naruto watched the process with the Kiri shinobi beside them. They were all happy to see that the people were getting well acquainted with their surroundings. Well, now what should we do? Naruto asked Mei. He wasn't really sure what to do in situations like this. Mei brought a finger up to her chin and stared at the sky in thought as everyone waited for her answer. Our people left many of their belongings behind. We should make an effort to get them back as soon as possible. Naruto and I also have some things we should probably pick up from our estate. But how do we get in and out of Kiri quickly? The Kiri shinobi looked to one another in confusion because they had no answer to give her. Naruto merely smirked. He brought up a single hand sign and yelled out his signature jutsu. Multi-shadow clone! Hundreds of Naruto clones appeared on the roofs surrounding the area and looked down at the group of ninja. Everyone looked around in amazement at the number of clones that Naruto had produced. The boy himself had a big smirk on his face. All right, boys. Looks like you are the movers for today. Go back to Kiri and get everyone's belongings the best you can. Check their estates. Don't forget to bring my sword either. A resounding yes, sir, was heard from the clones as they flashed out of sight with the narration. I almost forgot you could do that, Narakoi. Good thing you learned it. Now, I believe we all should retire to our homes and wait for the clones to arrive. The ninjas soon dispersed, leaving the Uzumaki alone. Mei hooked an arm around Naruto's and pressed herself against him lovingly. Take me home, Koi. Naruto looked to her smiling face and smirked, switching their places in a flash where Mei was now in his arms being held like a bride. He took off straight for the Uzumaki compound where a large convoy of Uzumaki were still getting acquainted to living in. Naruto! Mei slapped his chest playfully for just picking her up like that but let it slide for the romance of the action. He merely kept smiling as he passed the walls that surrounded the large compound with a single gate for entry. Many Uzumaki stopped in their unpacking and exploration to bow to the couple as they passed through the residential section of the compound. The lovers waved to everyone as they passed by. They soon arrived at the main house, the single two-story building with an oriental style to its roofing shape. The colors of it made both of them shiver in delight. The roof tiles were red and black while the walls were a bright orange in color. The Uzumaki swirl adorned the front of the house on an blank side of the wall. The crest of the clan hung proudly to where anyone could see it from within the compound. The couple entered to be greeted with a large welcoming area similar to the Terumi estates. The walls were a bright red and orange with numerous Uzumaki heirlooms covering the walls, and they could see 3 doors along with a staircase to the second floor. Naruto set Mei down and began to explore the house with her, to get acquainted with their new home. A half an hour later, Naruto had explored almost every room in the estate. There was a kitchen, dining room, living room, and dojo on the first floor, and that excluded the outside grounds within the inner compound. All the walls were vibrant colors of red, orange, and black, with numerous Uzumaki influences spread across the objects and heirlooms in the rooms. Upstairs was where he stood now. So far he had found a bathroom and at least 3 bedrooms, none of which had stood out to him as to be the clan head's room. He had 2 rooms left, so he decided to head towards the one that looked like it could be a bedroom. The door was heavily ornamented, an Uzumaki swirl adorned it, and an old writing Naruto couldn't begin to translate had a single word printed above the symbol. Walking within the new area, Naruto was astounded to find what must have been the clan head bedroom. Entering the large bedchambers, Naruto was astounded by the sheer space that was held there. The bed was located in the center of the room. The 4 bedposts held together a white curtain that could hide the occupants from the morning rays of sunlight. The sheets were black while the pillows were a deep crimson, the colors meshing perfectly. Looks like silk and fur as well, Naruto thought as he touched the soft sheets, already drooling over sleeping in such a bed like this. He continued to explore around the room, finding more spots of interest. The room had a bathroom and a large closet, stocked full with old Uzumaki uniforms. Naruto looked inside the closet and found both male and female outfits, so he took one out for himself to wear. His Kiri gear was wrecked from the fight in Iron and the rebellion in Kiri, and he wanted to get out of it as soon as possible. The new outfit was similar to his child outfit, except it was larger and fitted more sensibly. The shirt was long-sleeved and black with the Uzu symbol on the back where his shoulder blades were. The pants were standard black shinobi pants that reached to his ankles, where he kept his old black leggings and sandals. Naruto slowly took off his Kiri headband, somewhat hesitating at the action. He had become so attached to the thing, but yet even he knew that it was time to let it go, so he moved back into the main room and placed the headband within his new desk. He headed back into the closet and reached further in to find a box full of Uzu headbands, all with the standard Uzu color schemes: orange, red, and black. Naruto chose the red cloth and tied the new forehead protector proudly on his head. He adjusted it in the mirror before turning back to the closet door to leave. That was when he caught sight of them. Naruto quickly turned his head around to see if he was correct, and he was. The closet must have been fully stocked to equip an army with clothing, not just a single person. There were dozens of Uzujounen flak jackets hanging on the coat rack. Their deep crimson color was a contrast to the other major nations' color schemes. Naruto quickly went over and took one for himself, looking over the design and comparing it to Kiri and Konoha's. It provided 2 scroll pockets on either side with smaller equipment pouches at its hips. It provided no neck protection with an extended turtleneck like his Kiri one did, however it provided extra arm protection with a scale-like metal armor that extended from the shoulder to the elbow. All in all, Naruto liked it, and while it was slightly heavier with the extra armor, it provided durability with increased protection to the user. He zipped it up around him and exited the closet to find Mei inside and exploring the room as he had done. "Mayheim, this closet is stocked with Uzu clothing. Why don't you change out of that so we can wash it? It'll give you a chance to try on something that is a bit more folksy." Mei turned to look at him, and widened her eyes at his new look. He looked exactly like a jounin of Uzu. "Narukoi, that sounds like a wonderful idea. I think I will permanently wear our traditional clothing from now on. It is much more comfortable in this tropical climate anyway." She began to walk to the closet but slowed to a crawl as she passed him, allowing her nimble fingers to fleet across his cheek. "And I must say, you look so empowering in that Uzu shinobi outfit. I can't wait until we find some Kage robes to put you in." Naruto shivered at her touch as she giggled and walked into the closet to change. "Kage robes, huh? Guess I'll go look in the other rooms since I have already checked here." Naruto headed out of the room and went across the hall to find the other room. It too was decorated to signify importance. Naruto attempted to open it but found it locked and unable to budge. He attempted to break it down only to be forcefully repulsed when the door glowed a bright red and a ghostly image of an Uzu symbol appeared over the door like a shield. Brushing himself off the ground, Naruto carefully inspected the door for a better way to get inside. There is a doorknob, Uzu symbol, No traps other than this shield seal and no secret tiles to press. Naruto continued to observe until he noticed how the Uza symbol lit up while the shield was active. Curious, Naruto placed his hand over the symbol to see if it was giving off heat, but was rewarded with a click of a bolt, and the door coming unhinged. The blonde looked at his hand curiously but could only guess that his fingerprint was what allowed him to get inside. He peered into the room to find it pitch black. There were no windows or sources of light of any kind. Stepping within the room, Naruto gulped as he heard the door slammed shut behind him and bathe him in darkness. A single light came on within the dark sarcophagus-like place. A wall had been illuminated on the far side of the room. Having no other direction to head towards, Naruto moved to the wall and inspected it for anything out of the ordinary. He once again found the strange writing written on the wall and could only guess that it was an ancient language utilized by the Uzumaki before their induction into Kiri. There once again also happened to be an Uza symbol on the wall, so Naruto pressed it, and was rewarded with a flash of light, illuminating the entire room and temporarily blinding him. Naruto moved his arms up to cover his hurt eyes and slowly blinked the pain away as the room returned to darkness save for the wall in front of him. He read the wall again to find that he could now understand the strange language, or at least he could read it. The riddle posed before him made it difficult to grasp the concept. Many have tried to obtain the treasure of ancestors, yet all have failed. Those who have come before this sarcophagi have all yielded to its guardian of infinite riddle. What could you do to solve it? If you answer incorrect, the reward to future generations will once again be sealed until one can be found worthy centuries from now. Will you be the first to accomplish the feat? Or will you be the latest failure to read the riddle? What humans fight for, the epitome of war and ultimately the victory all wish for. The prize at the end of the tunnel, the basest craving of any who come into being of this world. What is it that humans seek but yet cannot attain alone? Naruto read the riddle before him and considered his options carefully. If he failed, the treasure would be locked away for many centuries. What was apparently inside this sarcophagi could turn the war in their favor, or it could lead to their ultimate downfall. What is it that humans want but cannot, or at least have not yet achieved? Power? Territory? Life? Love? No, that isn't it. Those are all guesses that I'm sure have been made. Naruto continued to ponder the riddle and thought what he wanted in all the world. A loving wife, a large family, a house where we can live together, and no war to get in our way. Wait, war? The epitome of war. The end result that everyone wishes for. Peace. It hit Naruto like a ton of bricks. In the end, everyone always wanted peace. No matter what their methods, in the end any who go to war want peace at the end of the conflict. True peace had never been attained because humans never united under a single banner. They were alone amongst each other. The answer to your riddle is peace. Naruto spoke loudly. His voice bounced across the walls and reverberated back into his ears. Nothing happened for many long moments, causing Naruto to fear that he had been incorrect after all. After a full minute, the glyphs began to glow a bright red and illuminated the room without the lights, casting a red sheen over the small area. Naruto saw that the writing shifted into a new phrase in response to his answer. His heartbeat skyrocketed with hope that he had been correct. What is your name? Naruto Uzumaki. The writing paused before shifting again. The light showed dimmed again to allow Naruto to read the final words. Naruto Uzumaki, you are the first of any Uzumaki or man to successfully answer this question posed. Those before answered with your original thoughts, power, respect, and more conflict. The previous generations were blinded from the true answer, but it seems as though you have finally been shown the true path to world peace. Within this room lies a few treasured gifts left behind by the first generations of Uzumaki, before the village had ever been created. Those times were simple, yet the people had great foresight, able to see with their own eyes the world uniting under separate banners to fight one another. In their haste to protect their secrets and innovations, the Uzumaki left behind some of their oldest and most treasured secrets beneath the ground of this place. A trap door behind you will lead you to your rightful heritage. Take what information is stored there, and use it to protect your people and lead the world to peace. Goodbye, Naruto Uzumaki, child of prophecy. Naruto's eyes widened. He was part of a prophecy? Wait. At least tell me who you are? He thought that the writing would disregard him, but instead it obliged him with a final line of writing. My name has been lost to the time. Think of me as the guardian of the vault that you have rightly held the honor of opening. The lighting dimmed for the last time, and Naruto heard a series of pops and clicks and turned around to see the hallway door swing open and reveal his way out. He looked at the ground and saw that a trap door had materialized, the path down to the vault. He leaned down and took the old stone handle of the trapdoor and pulled it up to reveal a very small passage that led down to the underground. It would be a tight fit as he moved down with the ladder, but he decided to go on down anyway. I wonder what could be down here, Naruto thought as he descended into darkness to find his latest inheritance from his ancestors. The trip took him 5 minutes to reach the extremely small room that apparently held treasure of some sort. As he set his feet down on solid ground, he heard a sickening cracking sound bounce across the walls and return to him. He looked down at his feet to find bones, enough to be at least 3 people to have died in the place below. They must have been charged with putting the relics in and then guarding them until their death, poor guys. Naruto silently mourned their loss as he traversed a few feet to find a single chest on a pedestal. It was relatively large but was definitely many centuries old. It was wooden with small details of gold along its edges. Instead of a keyhole, an Uzu symbol took the place of the lock. This one was too small for Naruto to fit his hand onto. He merely placed a finger onto the small button and watched in amazement as it lit up before a clicking sound could be heard. Naruto watched with barely contained anxiousness as the chest lid slowly rose to reveal what was inside. Naruto had been watching so intently that he hadn't counted on the dust to fly out and hit him in the eyes, causing him to shriek in pain and rub the dust out. Clearing up his viewing devices, Naruto once again peered inside and gaped at what he saw. An age-old outfit made centuries before lay untouched and unblemished, not looking a day older than since its day of creation. My god, it's a Kage outfit. Naruto slowly took the clothing out, careful not to grip it offensively lest it disappear in his arms. He held it up to see and heard a light clack on the floor to find that his action had undone the Kage hat that had been tied loosely to the outfit's waist. Naruto took in many deep breaths on the verge of hyperventilating at his discovery. Sure, the people had referred to him as the Shodai Uzukage and he had accepted his fate as such by now, but to hold the Kage outfit in his hands was another story. It truly laid the realization of his new position on him. The outfit was just as much of a symbol of power as it was a symbol of office. His hands slightly quivered as he looked over the relatively familiar design, save for the colors. The main part of the robe was white, just like any Kage's. However, the place where the village colors were placed on the chest was a deep black. Naruto always thought of himself becoming the Hokage and having the color be red, but for some reason he smiled in appreciation to the plain yet striking jet black color of night that adorned the Kage outfit. With trembling appendages, Naruto slowly fitted the loose robe over his clothing and wore it with pride as he found it to be a perfect fit. He bent down and picked up the hat to find it even more striking than the robe itself, truly made for an Uzumaki Kage. The village color was once again a deep black, taking up almost the entire top of the hat save for where the village kanji would be written. Instead of the kanji for Uzumaki, the Uzumaki swirl adorned the small blank space, the deep red contrasting the dominant black with a pure beauty to it. Naruto placed the Kage hat over his head and tied the robe to completely cover his underclothing, leaving him in a full-fledged Kage outfit. Wait until Mei sees this. But wait, this can't be all of the treasure, right? Naruto moved back to the chest and found 2 scrolls which had not withstood the test of time as well as the Kage robes. The wrinkly yellow paper felt brittle to the touch yet held together surprisingly well as Naruto stowed one scroll away within his robe and read what the scroll contained. These are some of the most ancient jutsu of the Uzumaki and of the world over. Secret Art, Jinchuriki Sealing, Boil Release, Mist Maelstrom, Secret Art, Tailed Beast Control. There is so much more as well. These secrets have been coveted for so long, now I am faced with a choice. Keep them and strengthen the Uzumaki or share them with the world to further promote peace. I must think on this. Naruto stowed that scroll away and hesitated when going to grab the second scroll from his pocket. He decided to read it later. He slowly closed the chest and made his way back up the ladder, albeit more slowly with the bulky robes that clung to his feet. As he neared the trapdoor, Naruto could hear faint cries of alarm from his fiancée, no doubt worried about his sudden disappearance. Naruto got out of the narrow passage and closed the door before leaving the room entirely. As soon as he entered the long hallway of the second floor, he was tackled by an irate Mei. He had not answered her when she called for him, and then made her worry with his sudden disappearance. "There you are! All right, Mr. Uzumaki, you have a lot of..." Mei quieted down as she noticed just what he was wearing. The white and black robes made her think of her days as the Mizukage. "Naruto, this is a Kage robe. Where did you get it?" Naruto got up off the ground and lifted her up as well, taking in her new/old outfit. She now wore the same Yuzu uniform he had seen in his mother's belongings. She wore what was a standard Yuzu woman battle outfit, a red robe-like uniform that could only cover her torso, and a single long sleeve covered her left arm while the right was completely revealed. Her legs were barely covered at all with pink shorts that reached only to her mid-thigh. Her feet were covered in regal sandals. Fuuka's uniform from Shippuden filler arc. "You don't look too bad yourself, Mei." She blushed at his compliment, and smoothed out her new dress as he continued to stare. "Seriously though, Naruto, where did you find this? It's amazing!" She felt the fabric and could feel pure silk. It was much nicer than her old Kage robes. "It is a gift of inheritance from our ancestors, and that is all I will say. I like it too though. There are so many hidden seals on the thing though I got a headache trying to figure out what all they could do." Mei looked closer and could see almost invisible writing covering the fabric. She could only guess them to enhance the wearer in battle. "We must show the people, but first let me show you what I found." Mei took his hand and brought him back into their new room. She led him over to the desk where she had left two oddly shaped weapons that Naruto had never seen before. Mei smirked at his bewilderment, and quickly picked up one of the blades, twirling it in the air with practiced ease as her fiancé watched in wonder. "These are called scimitars, a curved blade that has been wielded uniquely by the Uzumaki for centuries. I found them hidden away within a scroll that was in the closet. There are various other weapons stored there as well. My father used these weapons back in Kiri to teach me swordplay, and I must say modestly that I am quite experienced with them." Naruto smiled and pecked her lips in the moment of pride he had for the woman in front of him. She was so beautiful and graceful even as she held a deadly weapon. "Well, all that remains is for me to find a suitable place for you in the ninja ranking system, huh? Let's see, I would place you as a jounin, but you deserve higher." Naruto was stopped from his thinking when Mei placed both hands on his cheeks and brought him in for a kiss. Mei leaned back with a smile as she looked into his dazed blue eyes with her own emerald ones. "I am fine with jounin, Naruto. Besides, you wouldn't want me to have too much power. I am pregnant and will soon be expecting, so I think it's best if you give me a position where no one will expect much from me." Naruto nodded at her conclusion to this, and looked at her waist to see an Yuzu headband fitted snugly around her hips as if it was a belt. "That makes 2 official Yuzu shinobi enlisted. Now I just need a few hundred more and we are all set." He thought with a grimace. He really didn't want to draft anyone, but he needed a quick boost in numbers for the war. "Mei, you said that there were more weapons in the closet? I am beginning to think that this place is a storage warehouse instead of an estate. It seems like there is everything we need to start Uzugakure back up in our closet." Mei smiled and walked over to the balcony that connected to their room. It gave an unparalleled view of the entire city with the mountain their estate had been placed on. Naruto joined her, and placed an arm around her waist as they observed the city that was already bustling with activity. People conversed throughout the streets and within the compounds. Kiri shinobi aimlessly patrolled the borders of the hidden village, unsure of what else to do. Without any real wall other than a small stone barrier that barely stood over 8 feet tall, the rainforest that surrounded the village was clearly visible with its teeming wildlife. "It is so beautiful, isn't it, Naruto?" Naruto hugged her tighter and nodded his head, staying silent as they watched over their people. Yes, it is." 1 week later. Uzugakure. Newly formed shinobi district. Naruto and Mei stood before a large assembly of citizens and shinobi where he had asked everyone to meet for a groundbreaking ceremony. The location was to be held in the area of the city Naruto had declared to be the shinobi district, where all shinobi living quarters and shops would be located. The ceremony was to both reveal this new district to the citizenry, and to serve as the jump start in recruitment for Uzu's military force. People of Uzu! It brings me great honor to announce today that we are now taking the first step in protecting this village from the many threats outside of our walls. Our loyal shinobi that have decided to stay with us from Kiri now have a place to live here while they wait for Kiri to be liberated. New jobs for all civilians are now available as we will begin to trade with the other major nations and receive resources and materials to create, buy, and sell. But I must ask now, how much longer will it be before Uzu creates its own shinobi corps? The people looked amongst one another for the answer to their Uzukage's question, sometimes taking glances at the previous Mizukage or the Kiri shinobi standing behind them. We need to begin recruiting. I want to join. Me too. I want to protect my family and my village. A loud uproar was heard after the statements were announced. The people cheered in patriotic fervor over getting to protect their new home. Naruto smiled and held up his hands for quiet. He allowed the people to settle down before continuing. I'm glad that there is no short supply of volunteers for the Uzu Shinobi Corps, because I hope that one day we will rival the great elemental nations in strength. With our drive we can accomplish anything we set our minds to. Now I have some more good news for you all. It appears as though our Kiri friends have decided to join Uzu's shinobi force. Let us welcome them. The Kiri shinobi came from behind the platform and up on roofs to stand before the Uzukage. Ao and Chojuro were at the front of the line and stood facing the Shodai Uzukage and his fiancée with smiles on their faces. Slowly, the two began to kneel as did the other Kiri shinobi in a sign of allegiance to the Uzu people instead of Kiri. Naruto watched with a neutral face as they slowly took their headbands off and hesitantly put them away. He remembered having the same feeling over a week ago back in the Uzumaki estate, when he officially changed his loyalties. We submit to your command, Uzukage-sama! Ao announced where a large cheer rose from the people for the Kiri shinobi now becoming Uzu. Naruto turned to Mei, and she smiled at him before picking up a large box and handing it to him. Naruto set it down next to his feet and took out one of the objects held within, a red Uzu headband. He moved over to Ao, slowly to more accentuate the emotional feelings that the ceremony was supposed to bring out. Ao watched as Naruto came up to him with his new headband and smiled when Naruto tied the piece of cloth around his head. The crowd once again erupted into a bout of cheering and applause as the first Kiri shinobi officially switched over to Uzu, and Naruto repeated the same process for Chojuro. The remaining shinobi were each handed a headband personally by Naruto or Mei, and each were given the honorary rank of Chunin or Jounin for their loyal service in the rebellion and their willing overturn of allegiance to Uzu. Naruto looked out amongst the audience as the new Uzu shinobi messed with their new forehead protectors and vests. They were getting used to the new look. He saw many young children and even some academy-aged boys and girls looking at them in wonder, hoping that they could be like a ninja someday. For those amongst my civilian gathering here who are willing to take up arms as a shinobi, please come forward now. There was no movement at first, the people wondering who would be the first to take a giant plunge. A man, in his mid-30s, came forward and bowed before his Uzukage. Naruto could tell from the red hair and gray eyes that the man was an Uzumaki, and he could only guess that he also contained an active bloodline. I wish to join these brave shinobi here, Uzukage-sama. Naruto and Mei looked at one another and smiled when a large procession of men and even women came forward to kneel before them. They began the process again of handing out the available headbands and allowed the citizens to return to their families. Those who have just come forward are not yet officially shinobi under my command. As you all know, shinobi aspirants must take tests to see if they have what it takes to join the ninja ranks. My confidence in you does not waver though, because I have handed out each and every one of you a headband. This shows that I believe in my heart that every one of you will pass the test. A resounding cheer was heard for Naruto's confident speech in his people. Even Mei joined in the applause. To finish this assembly, I have two final things to say. Thanks to the existing shinobi that have integrated from Yuzu, we now have sufficient staff for a shinobi academy to be opened. Construction has already begun, and when it is completed, you may have the privilege of sending your children who wish to learn the shinobi arts there. Of course, none of you have to send your children if you do not wish to. Naruto watched the crowd and especially the children for signs of reaction. The general populace seemed pleased with such progress, and many of the children looked even more excited to learn in an academy. My final announcement is actually a request. While our small nation is too small to have a true daimyo in charge, at least for now, I do wish to set up a civilian arm of government. They will handle the job of eventually receiving and sending mission contracts here to Yuzu and to maintain the citizenry of Yuzu's needs and rights. They will serve as my advisors when it comes to any matters concerning the civilians of Yuzu Island. If you are interested in the position and believe you have what it takes, please come see me in the Uzumaki compound. And with that, Naruto moved to Mei and enveloped her in his arms before flashing away. Kirigakure. Reikige's office. Sat on his couch as he crudely wrote a message on a scroll for the next Kage meeting to be held. It had been over 2 weeks since the summit, and he decided that it was time to organize the 5 villages shinobi force. His assistant was handed the note, and left to rewrite it in a more neat handwriting and to make copies of it. Almost time. Akatsuki's days are numbered. Suddenly, a Kumo shinobi rushed into the room after practically busting the doors down. He was huffing from exhaustion and out of breath but was still able to kneel before his Kage. Grimaced at the interruption and yelled out an order so he could hear the reasoning behind his intrusion. Sir! I have grave news from the border patrols. An Akatsuki has been sighted moving rapidly through the Valley of Thunder and Lightning. A's eyes widened to the point where the veins could be seen. That was the area where his brother trained. B is in trouble. Damn it. Move 4 cells to support my brother. I don't care if you have to send a battalion, but do not allow them to take B. The man saluted and made his way out the door to begin the preparations. Kirigakure. Unknown location. Resistance headquarters. Miro Rotoda sat in a chair reading over a message that had just been intercepted. The resistance movement had done little in the time between the rebellion and now, but Miro thanked Kami that they were there to take this message. With the Rokudame Mizukage Madara Uchiha in charge, if the message had been received by him, then he could have laid a trap for the Kage. He sent for one of his shinobi runners and had them deliver the message to Yuzu Island. I only hope he gets there in time. A few days later. Uzugakure. Uzumaki compound. Naruto and Mei sat next to one another in Naruto's study, a small room that was discovered on the first floor recently by the pair. She was teaching Naruto the proper way to file paperwork and organize the documents from matter of priority. Contrary to all the complaining the previous Kage had done, save Mei, Naruto actually enjoyed his job very much. He would actually take the time to read all the documents and ordinances carefully before stamping or signing them, and would ask Mei intelligent questions about matters of importance. Currently, Naruto was just finishing up another document sent from the recently created Civilian Council for further orders of consumer goods for the people. Mei watched him work and smiled, moving behind his chair and sensuously rubbing his shoulders while her breasts pushed up against his neck. With her new outfit that was much tighter, her breasts were somewhat covered better for the exchange of being more accentuated under the clothes. He is working so hard, my little Uzukage is just the perfect man. Naruto blushed a bit as he felt Mei's breasts push up against him and slowly relaxed into her touch. The massage became much more heated when Naruto got up from the seat and turned around in Mei's arms. She was only taken by surprise for a second when Naruto inclined his head and made his lips meet with hers, their tongues playfully dueling with one another in nothing but love. Naruto's curious hands moved to her breasts and thighs, giving Mei her payment in full for her wonderful massage. She moaned from his ministrations and began to take off his robes when a knock on the door to their house meant that someone needed the Uzukage. Sighing, Naruto slowly moved away from Mei with a peck on the cheek for a goodbye. Mei watched him leave and pouted at another failed chance to bed with her Uzukage. I'll get him next time. Never thought I would learn to hate villagers so much. This must be how Naruto felt when I had to leave for work every day. It must have been very hard on him. Naruto opened the gate to his house's inner compound to be met with 2 Uzujounen and a Kiri resistance messenger. The 2 Jounen bowed and one indicated the messenger with his hand as he spoke. Sir, this messenger has arrived with a document that was intercepted from Kumo to the current Kiri regime. It was believed to be of the utmost importance, so they sent it as soon as possible. Naruto nodded and indicated for the man to give the message with an outstretched hand. The man was hesitant for a second because he had planned on handing it over to Mei, but the impatient look in Naruto's eyes meant that time was of the essence. He dug into his pocket and handed Naruto a small scroll with the addressee name of the Mizukage written on it. He unfurled the message and read its contents. To the Mizukage of Kirigakure, Mei Terumi. Mizukage, the Reikage has requested your presence in Kumogakure to hold the first War Council meeting for the 5-village alliance. All other Kage have been notified, and all that is required of you is to come to the meeting, to which will be held in 1 week. Please bring 1 bodyguard. Naruto finished reading the message and nodded, satisfied with the turn of events. He nodded again in thanks to the 3 men before him and dismissed them before heading back inside to the estate. He was welcomed by the arms of his fiancée, and wrapped his own arms around her, giving into the kiss she wanted so bad. Mei broke their lip lock to ask what was the commotion at the gate. Naruto, what did they want? The blonde took the message back out and handed it to her, allowing her to read the message to be sent to her. Her expression did not change, and she merely looked up from the message with a serious gaze into his eyes. It was now time for Naruto to take up her place in the alliance as the Uzukage, and he now had to make the big decisions for a nation. Who will you take? Naruto smirked and pointed at her, bringing her to widen her eyes in curiosity. You, Mayheim. I need you to come along to help explain the events that have led up to our leaving of Kiri and the creation of Yuzu, and your voucher of my place as the Uzukage. I will be seen with more skepticism than Gaara the Kazekage has been viewed with. Mei nodded to his conclusion. There were sound reasons that she had not first thought of. I expected him to pick Ao or Chojuro. She absently thought in response to his choice. We will begin packing in a few days and prepare for our departure. I do not wish to leave the village so soon after its fragile creation, but this is important to us. It will not only bring world recognition to our new country, but also give us a chance to develop trade contracts with the major nations. Mei smiled at his analysis. Naruto was already thinking like a nation's leader. Speaking of which, I have a few ideas I would like to run by you and Ao. They are additional ranks and such within our organization of the shinobi forces. With our particularly unique shinobi composition, we need to accommodate with a unique command structure as well. Mei nodded and watched as Naruto summoned a messenger to fetch him Ao. He is truly a great leader. She thought as she moved a hand to her stomach. A noticeable bulge had begun to show over her stomach. She smiled. And he will become a great father as well. Chapter 22. Becoming a world power, Uzugakure on the map. Uzugakure. Village Gate. Naruto and Mei stood next to one another facing a large gathering of civilians and shinobi. It had been a few days since receiving the message to meet in Kumo, and the two were ready to head out. Sad that their Uzukage was leaving them so soon, the people came to the gate to wish Naruto a safe trip. The two waved at the people before them and watched as Ao came up to the two of them. The man had once again been left in charge while the 2 powerful shinobi left the village, and they had a few parting orders for him. Ao, I have a few messages that I wish sent out to some minor countries that might be willing to engage in trade with us. I also wish to have you go over and finalize my new ideas for our ranking system and do your best to speed up the construction of the academy facilities. Naruto listed off what he could think of in his head to the man, who dutifully nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, I'll get it done. Mei chose to merely wave goodbye to the people as she waited for Naruto to finish up. I'm sorry for leaving you all so soon, but I promise we will only be gone a few days. Ao is a very capable ninja that I have much confidence in, for it was he who was able to lead the loyalists through the rebellion. Now please keep us in your thoughts as we forge a better future for Uzugakure. The people cheered Naruto and Mei as they waved once again and walked through the gate and jumped off into the wilderness. Ao turned around and watched as the people dispersed. They were still getting used to living in the city. The civilian council had done well in assigning everyone jobs, and so far, except for the trade problem, the people were content. The one-eyed man headed back towards the shinobi district of town where a second building was being created. It was one that not even Naruto knew about. It was to be a surprise for when he came back. Ao went past the construction site and into his nearby apartment. It was where he had been assigned to live, and it was a quaint place. He moved over to his desk and unfurled the scroll Naruto had given a few days ago to review. It contained the new ranking system as well as new lesson plans for the shinobi under his command. Let's take a look at these ranks. Ao, these ranks will range from academy student to myself as the Uzukage. I have left the general ranks of Jounin, Chunin, and Genin alone because of simplicity and effectiveness. The real changes come in the form of specialized divisions of Black Ops, or ANBU. As a fellow hunter ninja, I'm sure you can critique this better than anyone. Academy student. Genin. Chunin. Jounin. ANBU Black Ops. ANBU Beast Tamers. ANBU Hunter Corps. ANBU General. The User Hurricane. Uzukage. I will discuss more of the new units, including the Uzu Hurricanes, later upon my return. For now, please use the rest of the information provided to help you better understand the new ranks. Uniforms for ANBU can also be found below. They are prototypes, of course. Ao scratched his head and thought about the new ranks with bare confusion. He knew Naruto was a genius, held the people chose him for Shodai Uzukage, but to make such bold additions, he must have had quite a plan. What the hell are these Uzu Hurricanes? Ao just shrugged. Naruto would explain it to him when he came back. In the meantime, the temporary leader of Uzu was just going to have to deal with a lot of paperwork until then. Kirigakure. Reikage Building. Naruto and Mei appeared in a yellow and red flash, courtesy of Naruto's narration. He looked to his left and saw that Mei was still with him, although she looked a bit queasy. Naruto smiled at his success. It was the first time he had brought anyone with him with his father's technique. Looks like we made it, he announced with much fervor. Mei looked at him and gave an uneasy smile. The ride wasn't very enjoyable. It may have only taken a few moments, but still, it feels like morning sickness all over again, she thought with a grimace as she clutched her stomach. Yes, wonderful. Let's find this meeting room, shall we? Mei suggested before they began to walk towards the supposed meeting room. It was not long before they were stopped by Kumo ANBU. Halt! State your business! Called out one of the elite Black Ops. His hand was already on his katana from his suspicion. Who are these people? The woman there looks like the Mizukage, but where are her robes, and who is this man? I've never seen this village before, he thought as he analyzed the new arrivals. They were an unknown group that he had no intention of allowing any farther. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, and this is my fiancée Mei Uzumaki. She was the Godame Mizukage and I am the Shodai Uzukage. We are here for the Five Alliance meeting to see if we may join it. The ANBU pair looked at one another with pure shock hidden behind their masks. The Uzukage? I have never heard of this country. How am I to know you aren't lying? Asked the leader of the two. He was incredibly suspicious of Naruto. Mei sighed and stepped forward. She was getting tired of all the distractions. She wanted to get the meeting over with and head home. Her pregnancy was getting to the point where it wasn't a good idea to move around so much. This puny little man before her was blocking entrance to her fiancé and her Uzukage, and she would not allow that. Excuse me. As my fiancé said before, I am the previous Godame Mizukage of the village hidden in the mist. You will allow us through now or allow us to speak with your superiors. The ANBU somewhat relaxed their guard but were still confused. If what you say is true, Mizukage-sama, why do you call yourself the previous Mizukage and not the current? You are still in power, are you not? Mei sighed out loud and shook her head, much to the surprise of the Kumo shinobi. That is a very important piece of info we must pass on to your Reikage for this meeting. Now will you allow us through or not? The ANBU looked at one another, and his partner gave a slight shake of the head. The man turned back to the two Uzumaki to relay the verdict. I'm sorry, but dash. He was interrupted when a loud voice boomed down the hallway they were standing in. Naruto and the others turned to see a few Kinkaku squad members coming towards them. Naruto! What's up? It's me, Tamura! The one in the lead spoke up, identifying himself as the Kinkaku captain Naruto had fought alongside many times. Naruto smiled at his arrival and hoped it would mean they could get some safe passage to the meeting hall. The ANBU nodded their heads in respect towards the hunters and waved their hand towards the couple. Sorry for the troublemakers here, sir. We were just attempting to remove them, so dash. Tamura scoffed at the man and pushed past him, his fellow hunters moving through to the Uzumaki as well. Tamura swung an arm around Naruto's shoulder and pointed at the teen, making it seem as if they had known each other forever. Are you guys crazy? This guy is the Uzukage, right? And that is his fiancée Mei Uzumaki, the Fifth Mizukage. Why the hell aren't you letting him through to the meeting? Are you trying to insult one of our allies? The ANBU gulped. They had not known that Yuzu was such a great ally to Kumo. No sir. Please forgive our rudeness. The ANBU scratched their heads embarrassingly and bowed in apology. Naruto bowed his thanks to Tamura and walked past the guards with the Kinkaku as their new escorts. The five shinobi walked through the hallways in silence until they arrived at the doors being guarded by more ANBU. This is where we part ways. Good luck in there, Naruto. Tamura patted him on the shoulder before he and his Kinkaku disappeared in a puff of smoke. Naruto and Mei looked at one another and smiled. They had confidence in one another. They pushed past the two guards and entered the room to find the other four Kage waiting impatiently for someone, the Mizukage. All turned to greet the new arrivals but were shocked to see Naruto in a Kage outfit and Mei standing next to him in strange clothing. Naruto stayed silent as he looked at the assembly with a veiled eye, his hat tipped down to hide his face but show his eyes so he could observe. Gaara and Temari were in the Suna seat. Both looked quite surprised at his arrival. And his attendant stood at the forefront of the table. She was calm while he was both shocked and annoyed. Tsunade and Kakashi had to look behind them to see Naruto, but both were caught in surprise at his outfit. Inoki and his Jounin bodyguard looked at the two with appraising eyes, not revealing any surprise as they did not share a close bond as the other Kage had with the boy. Hello everyone, it's been a few weeks since we last saw each other. I hope you will forgive us barging in so suddenly like this, but we have much to discuss. Naruto announced to the group before him and moved over to take a seat near Gaara that was reserved for the Mizukage. Mei stood behind the chair like the rest of the bodyguards. He set his hat down on the table and loosened his robes somewhat to avoid overheating himself. Not that I'm unhappy to see you, Naruto, but what is the meaning of this? He asked the boy. He wanted to know why he had on that outfit. To explain why I am in this outfit, it would be best to tell you the worst of the news first. The bloodlines have been forced to flee from Kiri due to a coup. They succeeded in overthrowing Mei. Everyone turned their eyes to the woman in question, and she nodded her head in acceptance of the true answer. Yes, that is correct. After returning from the summit, we found that over half of the shinobi population loyal to me had been killed and the rest were on the run from rebels. We were able to save the Uzumaki and other clans from execution and move them to our new home, Uzugakure. Naruto is the Shodai Uzukage and is welcomed by our people as such. The information was so much to take in for the four Kage and Mifune. Even Gaara's eyes widened in amazement. Wow! Temari muttered, surprised by the turn of events. Inoki huffed and smirked, shaking his head slowly back and forth. Darn youngsters, always wanting to show up their elders. Why, if I may ask, is this Naruto boy the Uzukage when they have the Fifth Mizukage as their potential leader? Mei once again stepped up to the plate and patted her stomach lightly to bring attention to it. Her smile radiated across the room. I am pregnant with Naruto's child and it would not be right for me to assume the position of the Uzukage by endangering the baby. Besides, after the Kiri debacle I no longer wish to be a Kage. Naruto-kun has so much potential as a leader that I thought it best for him to take charge. The people are also behind him as I said before. He may not be at many of your experience levels, but he surely is Kage material. Everyone's eyes, especially Tsunade's, widened upon hearing that she would be a mother. Tears began to form in the older woman's eyes as she moved up to wipe them away. A smile had splayed across her face. I'm so happy for them, they had something I could not. Now I get to be a grandmother as well. This is the best news I have heard in quite some time. Congratulations, Naruto. Gaara complimented him. It was simple but very much appreciated by the blonde. Thanks, Gaara. He patted his nearby friend on the shoulder and felt a hand touch his own. He looked up to see Mei smiling at him. He smiled back. I see. That is quite a sad yet stunning series of events. I take it that your village has had some difficulty in its creation? Ei asked the Uzukage, but merely received a negative shake of the head. No, actually the village was in peak condition when we arrived. The problem we have is securing trade contracts with other nations. We have no treaties to allow us to trade and it is hurting our people. They need consumers' goods and materials to have need of jobs and other things. Our shinobi corps is relatively disorganized and is in need of an overhaul to which I will be focusing on upon my return. I realize though that what matters the most is that the major nations recognize us as a country, so I would like to ask for your help in speaking with your daimyo. Any help would be much appreciated, Naruto said, hoping to get everything out in the open with the other Kage. It was now their turn to talk amongst themselves with their guards and themselves to see what their opinion on the matter would be. Naruto attempted to guess and gauge their reactions to see if he was correct. My guess is that Tsunade will acknowledge me as will Gaara and Ei. Inoki though, I'm not so sure. Then again, it all depends on their country's leaders. I have no say on that. The first to speak was Gaara, who had his hands linked together in front of his face, his elbows on the table as leaned forward. While I'm sure this must be one of the most impulsive and insane things you have ever embarked upon, Naruto, I understand what it means to be young and in charge. I will do what I can to help. As Kazekage, I acknowledge your village and your place as Kage. Naruto smiled and silently thanked his friend. Gaara merely smiled and nodded. Was up next. Naruto couldn't tell what he would say because of the surprisingly stern face that was set upon his features. Naruto, you should have come before me sooner with this. Of course I will help you and your people, if not because I acknowledge you as a village but for the pure sake of a humanitarian effort. My attendant has already ordered thousands of pounds of protein to be sent there immediately. My people will whip your own into shape. I promise you that. Ei's face cracked a smile and couldn't help but laugh along with Naruto and Mei as they waited for the last two Kage. Inoki brought his small hand up to his mouth and coughed, bringing quiet for him to speak. I have little knowledge of you, boy, unlike these other Kage. In fact, I feel quite outnumbered by that, haha. But a Kage must make tough decisions that might affect his village, and I'm not sure if at your age you can handle that responsibility. The Kazekage here has shown some ability in that, yet all I see in you is impulsiveness and being rude. Until I see some maturity, IWA will not acknowledge the presence of Yuzu, he stated with finality, and the quietness stayed until Konoha was brought in. Tsunade was frowning. She did not like her decision but could not help but see it as the only answer. Both her and Kakashi had struggled to agree, but in the end they came to the same conclusion. Naruto was not ready for such a position. Naruto watched with a hopeful yet knowing visage as she stood up and looked at him with a serious but very disheartened gaze. Naruto, for the longest time I have known you, I always saw you as a knucklehead ninja. My impression of you since then has changed somewhat. I see you as an honest and strong young man. However, my ninja beliefs are different than your own. It must have to do with me being too old. Your age might not define you as a shinobi, but there are still limits. Even your late father was in his 20s when he took up the oath. You, on the other hand, are barely 18, and yet you are to be a father and a Kage. I don't think you can handle this. As the Hokage, I do not recognize your position as Uzukage or the country of Yuzu. I'm sorry. She sat back down and held a hand to her forehead to shade her eyes so as not to look into his. She knew he would be shocked and even disappointed. Mei out of all was the most surprised and angered, whispering a heated yet piercing threat to the woman. Won't be seeing you at the wedding. The blonde woman's eyes widened and she looked up at Mei, who merely glared right at her. She could not hold her gaze and looked down from the redhead, too ashamed to be defiant. Naruto gulped but did nothing about the tension. It was not the right time. Naruto nodded his head after her speech. He had not been expecting it, but he could see her points. He turned to the last one, and could already tell by the man's trademark scowl that he was not in favor of it either. I must agree with the Hokage and Tsuchikage, you are much too young for a position of Kage. I cannot imagine why the people chose you, but it does not matter. The Land of Iron does not acknowledge the presence of the Uzukage, however, we do recognize Yuzu as an independent civilian state with a shinobi arm. We will send some contractors and supplies to you, it will be limited though. Naruto was surprised at the turn of events with the man's ruling and nodded in thanks to the samurai general. As the vote stands, it is 3-2 in favor of not acknowledging the Uzukage. Therefore, we must bar you from joining the alliance as a shinobi leader and a Kage. The individual nations, however, may still make their own dealings with you. A's attendant announced. She had been against acknowledging Yuzu, but in the end the Raikage made the decision for himself. Naruto sighed and nodded. He slowly stood up and placed his hat back over his head from its place on the table. Everyone watched as he tipped his head to the assembly, and began to walk out with Mei in tow. He paused at the door and turned around one last time. An air of seriousness surrounded him as he cast a hard gaze back at the table. One last thing. The Rokuden Mizukage is now our arch-enemy, Madara Uchiha. You have been warned. Naruto took Mei into his arms and disappeared in a flash of yellow. It left the other Kage to scramble amongst each other over the new information. Uzugakure. Because of the narration, the time it took for Naruto and Mei to go to and from Kumo and Yuzu was cut drastically. In what they thought would take many days only took a mere few hours. A few people were walking along the cobblestone streets when they saw a brilliant flash of light and their Uzukage appear with his fiancée. Their eyes shined with surprise and happiness as they flocked to greet the new arrivals. Naruto and Mei were soon swamped with the new arrivals but kept their cool and greeted everyone. Uzukage-sama! Naruto turned his head to see Ao coming towards him with a few other shinobi of his. They landed from a rooftop and quickly bowed. Yes, what is it, Ao? Have things been all right while I was away? Ao looked up at him and nodded to his question. The people had been well behaved for the morning he was gone. It has been fine, sir. I merely wish to greet you and alert you of a few updates. They have to do with both the village itself and our foreign relations. Naruto nodded and gently pushed through the crowd with his shinobi. Mei decided to allow Naruto to handle this himself and made her way home. Ao led Naruto to a building he didn't remember. It was a silo-shaped office that had the Yuzu symbol and went high into the sky, showing off its jet-black walls. He wanted to inquire about it but just ignored the urge for more pressing matters. They walked inside and went up a few flights of winding stairs to the top and entered an office. A window view of the city was in the back behind a desk and a nice cushioned chair. He looked left and right to find pictures both he and Mei had taken together before and after their time living in Kiri. A few scrolls also decorated the walls. Naruto enjoyed the nice contrast to the outside coloring to the room's red wall coloring. Ao, what is this place? Naruto turned to look at the man who was smirking like a madman, as were the rest of the Yuzu shinobi. They had made the building while Naruto had been gone. It hadn't been easy, but they had some unlikely help. The lava monkeys arrived with the help of some of the Uzumaki summoners, and quickly helped construct the tower for Naruto. Isn't it obvious? This is the Uzukage's office. Naruto's eyes widened and he took a double take of the room, not believing it was his. Are you serious? How did you do all this in just a few short hours? Ao just shrugged and moved over to his desk, pulling the seat back for him playfully. We had some help. Please sit down while I discuss important news with you, Uzukage-sama. Naruto smiled and nodded. He came up and sat in the cushioned chair and sighed as he finally took a break from standing. The rest of you leave us for now, please. Naruto ordered and the shinobi complied, bowing to him before leaving through the door. Naruto and Ao got right down to business when the one-eyed man pulled a scroll from his vest. He set it down on the desk and unfurled it for Naruto to read. The messengers you sent before you left have arrived with the requested signatures and assurances. I must say I was surprised at the outpouring of support. Ao noted as Naruto read the scroll that contained each village's leader signature. Promise of trade and monetary support. Tazuna, land of waves. Sumeru, Yandame Hashikage, land of bears. Jirocho Wasabi, land of tea. Haruna, land of vegetables. Michiru, land of the moon. Shibuki, Shodai Takakage, land of the waterfalls. Promise of military support. Sumeru, Yandame Hashikage, land of bears. Shibuki, Shodai Takakage, land of the waterfalls. Michiru, land of the moon. Naruto read it over again and was still stunned by the amount of signers his treaty request was given. Naruto had no idea any of these villages actually remembered him, let alone realize the gravity of the situation Yuzuno Kuni was in. This is wonderful, he whispered, unable to speak any louder lest he break the moment. I also finished reviewing those changes to our military you wanted me to look over. Other than those hurricanes, I have no problems with most of it. I'm mainly curious about it all though, so you will have to explain. Naruto nodded. He gestured for Ao to take a seat and they began to discuss the future of Yuzu's shinobi system. Uzumaki compound. Uzu clan head building. Bedroom. Naruto and Mei lay on their bed, caressing each other lovingly. They both had had such a long day that all they wanted to do was hold one another and relax. Naruto stuck his tongue into Mei's mouth, and she welcomed it with her own, enticing the wet muscles into a duel of dominance. She moaned as she dutifully lost, and allowed her tongue to be ravaged by him, and her naked breasts to be groped by his wandering hands. Her own hands were not idle as they moved to his member, and began to stroke his shaft. They both lay naked in bed after a passionate bath with one another. I love you, Mayheim! Naruto gasped out in a heat of passion as he continued to suckle on her breasts, eliciting a moan from the older woman. I love you too, Naruto! She moaned again from his ministrations and wished that it could last forever. With that thought she suddenly placed her hands on his shoulders and stopped him. Naruto, I want to have our wedding soon! Naruto looked up into her eyes in surprise. She just thought of that. When would you like to have it? She took no time to think and blurted it out as if she had it memorized. Right after the baby is born. It will be perfect. We will have it right on the whirlpool field surrounding the island and have a beach picnic for the reception. Naruto smiled at her enthusiasm and kissed her forehead, bringing out a giggle from the woman as he held her close. Sounds awesome, Mei. Have you thought of a name yet? Mei took a moment to collect her thoughts before looking back at his eyes. Well, I have thought of a name if it is boy or a girl. You remember telling me about the four tails, Rashi? Naruto nodded, his face taking a more sorrowful look. I thought that in his honor, we could name him Rashi. The blonde perked up at that. It was a wonderful way to always remember the man who sacrificed himself. That sounds wonderful. What about if it's a girl? Mei again took a moment to think before touching his chin with her finger, a playful smirk on her face. How about Nariko? It sounds so similar to your name, and it means thunder. With your stamina, I'm sure she would live up to the name. Naruto blushed and smiled at the woman below him. He leaned in for a kiss when a sudden wind blew their balcony door open and forced a nice draft into the room. Naruto looked over towards it and sighed. He regretfully got up and moved to close the glass door. As soon as he reached it, a piece of paper shaped as an airplane slammed into his forehead and caused him to cringe in surprise and pain. He looked down at the crumpled mass that fluttered with the wind as it stayed low to the ground. He picked it up to examine it. Right before his eyes, the piece of paper unfolded into a blank sheet before a set of lips formed on it. Naruto held it up to his face to better hear what the feminine voice whispered. We were unable to see you today, Naruto Uzumaki, but we will meet with you sometime in the future. My leader wishes to have a word with you. He wishes to find a new way to end the cycle of pain. Goodbye, Naruto Uzumaki. And with that, the paper flew out of his hand and went back out into the night sky, leaving a stupefied Naruto on the terrace. Naruto, come back inside! The blonde heeded his lover's call and turned around, taking one last glance to the moon hanging above before returning to his warm bed and his soon-to-be wife. Life had taken quite a turn for him in the last few weeks, but he was determined to make the most of it. He would forge a better tomorrow as the Shodai Uzukage, not just for himself or his people, but for their children that were coming into the world with great hope for the future. Naruto would deliver upon them the greatest gift of all, world peace. And that concludes part 3 of this story. Thank you for spending your time here at Ichiraku Ramen and listening all the way to the end. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows the shinobi world to continue through new adventures and alternate timelines. If you enjoyed Uzumaki Clan's Rebirth, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you don't miss future stories. Once again, full credit goes to G3rman, the original writer of this story. If you would like to read the original version, you can find the link to the story in the description below. Let me know in the comments what story you would like to hear next. Until the next time, stay safe, and I'll see you again at Ichiraku Ramen.